Hello there. Where have you been? You're looking good anyway. It's nice to see you. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it is Wednesday. It's Wednesday, it is. It's also National Skateboarding Day. I tried skateboarding once and nearly broke every bone in my body, so I don't recommend it. What other national days is it today? National Selfie Day. I do love a selfie. It's also National Yoga Day. Do love a downward dog. Make up your own gags there. And also National Smoothie Day. So why not do a bit of yoga followed up by a smoothie? That sounds good to me. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, it's lovely to have your company this morning. It's going to be a warm one, isn't it? Stay here in the air-conditioned loveliness that is Sewing Street. We've got an absolutely bumper morning coming up. Lots of fun and giggles. But we're going to start with our early bird. Now then, what can I say? Now, I was very tempted this morning to put curlers in my hair and a headscarf and the kind of wraparound pinny that my nan was never out of. Do you remember the tabards? Gorgeous, love them. Because our early bird this morning are the Cleanies Scrub and Shine cleaning pads. Now, I'm not going to recommend these for you to clean your sewing machine with, obviously, but these are a great addition to the kitchen. If you want to scrub your pans and get them polished up, shiny and clean, you get 3 of these pads. They're double-sided, so you get a smooth, like microfiber side for shining, a streak-free shine. Beautiful on your pans. It could almost be me, couldn't it? A streak-free shine. And then on the other side, you've got this kind of rough scouring side for heavy-duty cleaning. So things like kitchens, bathrooms, and more. Tableware, pots and pans, glassware. These pads are machine washable. I'm going to grab one out. Oh, here we go. Now, I did ask this morning, have you got a nice grubby pot for me to clean on air? And they said no. No grubby pots here. I think someone's already got in there with the Cleanies scrubbing pads and done them for me. Now, the normal price should be $4.99, but not today. Oh no, not today. Not today. If you're going to buy anything today, remember you're opening your postage by buying these. They are going to be $2.99. $2.99 for 3 of these, and they are thickly padded. Like I say, you've got that smooth microfiber side for polishing, and then you've got that large surface area of scourer, which is going to be great for tough stains and baked on food, things like that. I've got some morning Steph, morning Stuart, a gorgeous day to sew and time for reflection. Oh, lovely to hear from you, Steph. Mwah. And Marie's got in touch to say, good morning, lovely boy. What a treat to have you talking about sewing. Cleaning pads. I know. Bear with. We'll get through them. It is a sewing programme. Lynn's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and crew. Really looking forward to seeing Becky Alexander Frost on the shows this morning. Baffer is waiting in the wings. Don't you worry, I shall get her on very, very shortly. Sandra's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Enjoy the longest day. Sandra in sunny, for now, Glasgow. Sandra, it's been sunny in Glasgow for about the last 6 months, my love. There they are, the Cleanies Scrub and Shine cleaning pads. I think that's quite enough time on cleaning pads. Let's do some sewing, shall we? Yes! A nation says yes. Becky Alexander Frost, get over here now. Come on, you. Bring some sanity to this morning's proceedings. Hello, my lovely.
Hello.
Do you like some scrubbies, cleaning
Did you see
pads?
the picture that popped up?
I didn't. I didn't. What did you do?
He put, oh, was it Freddie Mercury or something like
Right.
that?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
Hi, everybody.
Yes, I don't really do scrubbing. I've got to be honest with you.
No, I leave
Not
that
with
to my
these
husband.
hands.
No,
Yes,
I'll stick with my sewing
absolutely.
machine.
Absolutely. Kate's got in touch to say hi all from sunny Guernsey. Claire's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart Nor. Good morning, my lovely friends. Now, before we crack on with Becky, we need to look at the menu. Let's do that. So first and foremost, it's the Birds and the Bees Quilt Final with Becky Alexander Frost. You're getting an absolute smorgasbord of the Birds and the Bees final this morning. Now at 9 o'clock we've got Wadding in extra wide fabric, so if you're almost finishing your quilt or you've got a couple of tops that you need to get quilted, today is the day. Amazing extra wide fabrics. At 10 o'clock, we've got the Walk With Me bag with Becky Alexander Frost. Becky, I've got my walking shoes on. I don't have a bag, so I'm more than ready to walk with you. And then at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, we have got a bumper 2 hours with Pinhole Quilting. It's a 2-hour special on the Moxie. And I'm just going to run over there for 1 second because I just want to mention I'm super excited about this because anybody who's ever talked to me about long arm quilting knows that I always say, oh, but the Pro Stitcher, this is must have, and this is the first time that we've had the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite. So that means computerized quilting, edge-to-edge quilting, blocks, borders, sashings, you name it, all computerized. So I'm really excited about that. So join us at 10 to 12. No, 11 and 12 till 1 o'clock. I got there in the end. All right, enough of all that. Becky, welcome back.
Hello,
it's
you.
lovely to see you.
And you, yeah.
You're doing well?
Yeah.
Don't think this has been locked off.
No, it hasn't, no.
I'm going to end up
over by the... There you go.
It's National Skateboarding Day, but let's not do it on
I
top
broke my arm on a
of
skateboard.
Did you?
Yeah, first time on a skateboard and I broke it.
Not the skateboard, you broke you. Oh!
I might have broken the skateboard. No, I've broken my arm.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Have a smoothie. Do some yoga. Yeah. Safer. Yeah. Have a smoothie. Even safer. Even better. I love it. Now, Becky, today, really excited. We're doing rows 6, 7 and 8 of the quilt. Can we have a look at the quilt together?
Sure, yeah.
We got legs. Look, here they are. So this is a beautiful quilt.
Thank you. Thanks.
I love it. So where are we up to, and what are we doing today?
Right. So I'm going to cover a bit about the bird box, my first home, and the birds. Me and Michael. Me and my husband.
Cute.
I'm just going to, because I've been showing a lot of FPP and a lot of it. So I'm not going to really touch on the FPP. I'm going to show you how to build the FPP blocks together because this has got quite a lot of sections in it. So I want to show how I handle the seams basically.
Great.
And then we've got the Pretty Garden, which is on the final pattern.
This is lovely too. Can we maybe just lift this section up? We'll show you. That is absolutely gorgeous. I love that.
And one thing I am going to explain is, yes, this is the most complicated block in the actual pattern. However, if you are struggling and you don't want to do it, there is a lot more of this fabric left over. They can do a whole row of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you've been learning different skills and honing your skills throughout the quilt.
Yeah, and they get videos with it as well. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
So we're doing the birdhouse and the birds, we're doing the picket fence, and we're doing those gorgeous flowers in the bottom border. This is fab. So this is today. Let's do it. Right. Let me grab... Oh, Jane's messaged in. Jane from the Netherlands. Lovely. Really nice to hear from you. I think that's the first time you've messaged in when I've been here. That's wonderful. Nice to have your company. So... 6 and 7. Let me grab those now. Let me find those. That's row 5, row 6 and 7 at the bottom. Here we go. Here we go. Right, we'll start with instructions on their own. So 6 and 7 is this row here. This is row 6. Am I right?
Yep.
And then this is row 7.
Yep, correct. Yep.
So this pattern covers these 2 rows, and this is pattern only for £9.99. Now this, I say pattern, this feels like a book.
It is, yeah.
There's a lot here. So we've got all of the fabrics explained, we've got cutting explained, we've got all of your detailed instructions for how to cut everything. Gosh, this is a detailed pattern. Really good support. If you've never done FPP, thank you.
Yeah, there is
before.
also traditional sewing as well.
Great, I like that a lot.
These here, the 1 and 2, are because we are making the half square rectangles.
Oh, gotcha.
So because rectangles are built different, you need to make sure you label them up 1 and 2 because you can put it back to front.
And we've got the labels.
Yeah.
I love that. I need to do something very important at this juncture, and that is to wish Sue a very, very happy birthday. Happy birthday from everybody here at Sewing Street on the longest day.
Longest day? I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah. So it's an all-nighter at mine. BYO.
Hotel.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This is terrific. And then, I love the fact that everything's kind of full size and easy to access. This is terrific. Terrific.
And
I love it.
there's also guides of how you have to, once you've traced them out, how to stick it together before you cut it out.
Fab. £9.99 for that. That is super value. Brilliant. Now then, if you want to get the kit for rows 6 and 7, which I think most of you are doing, here's the kit. It's £29.99, which is stonking value. You get your pattern. You also get a big old chunk, a metre of white solid, and then you also get these fat quarters. Fat quarters of all these different beautiful fabrics. Now, Becky, you were telling me earlier on, bits and bobs, you do use some bits and bobs from previous rows. You keep your scraps and you use them throughout.
Yeah, they're, it's written bold in quite a lot of the pages. Keep your fabric. And then whatever is left over from the whole project, because we don't stop here within the Facebook group after the 5th pattern's out, which is today, I'm going to basically teach them how to baste the quilt, tabletop baste as well, so you're not on your hands and knees.
Great, I love that.
And I'm going to use the scrap fabric that's left over, and we're going to make your scrappy binding.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah,
love that.
Yeah.
So all your fabrics there, plus your pattern for £29.99, and this is to do rows 6 and 7, which is birds and bird box, and also the flying geese, love that, and also the picket fence, which is made up of little friendship star and kind of elongated for
they are
9 patches, aren't they?
Yeah.
Rectangles, they're really cute. I like those. Really nice. Great. Okay. £29.99. So that's row 6 and 7. But we're also doing row 8, which is the pretty garden.
The pretty garden. My mum and dad's garden.
Oh, really? That's cute. Are your parents really keen gardeners?
My dad is. My mum used to be before a stroke, but yeah, my dad is.
Aww,
yeah, so yeah.
That's lovely. So lovely to be in the garden, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isabel's got in touch, who's in Ayrshire. Good morning, Becky and Stuart. Love this quilt. It's so bright, colourful, and the instructions are brilliant and so easy to follow, from Isabel, who's in Spain, not Ayrshire.
Right, so I know Isabel.
Okay.
So Isabel lives in Spain permanently, but she's actually visiting her sister, and all her mail is actually shipped to her sister, so she goes there like 3 or 4 times a year
to
get her mail. So
Happy
it means that she can buy from us.
I love that. I love that. Oh, well, enjoy the weather, the unseasonable weather. My goodness me, it was like a monsoon, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So, row 8 of the birds and the bees, the pretty garden. This is pattern on its own for £9.99. So again, this is that bottom row here.
It is, yeah.
Absolutely lovely. Again, you've still got those full instructions on how to do your cutting, how to do your piecing, and then very specific photographs to teach you how to piece together these blocks. A little bit of regular piecing. Oh, and how to also put the whole quilt together and add the borders.
Yeah.
So this is super important. Super important stuff. Instructions on their own, and the kit. So the kit, very, very popular again. You've got your white fabric there, and you've got fat quarters. These are the additional fabrics as well as your previous scraps that you'll need to complete row 8 and also your borders. Oh, interestingly, Steph says it's National Seashell Day today as well, which I love.
Yeah,
she sells seashells on the seashore. I love that. I love that. Seashells inspiring.
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Charlie's just redone the bathroom, and there's a shelf with all seashells on it.
Yeah, cool. That's
Pretty.
nice. Pretty, yeah.
Nice. Okay, great. So that's row 8. Now, we do have all of the other previous rows available on pre-order on the website. Let me show you how easy it is to do that. Who's that man?
Who's that?
Beth, who is that man? Who's that girl? Here we go. So go to the website. Click on Watch Live. And then scroll down
to the bottom.
to the bottom of the homepage. Always like that advert. And you're done. Coming up on today's show. And there they are. There they are, Baffa. There they are. Gorgeous. I love a sew a row quilt.
Me too, yeah. And
Lovely
especially when there's
sense of
videos
achievement.
as well with it.
Yeah, you've done videos for everything.
Yeah.
How do we access those?
Right, so in the book, there is a Facebook group mentioned. Just pop over to the Facebook group, and all the videos, links are in there. They're hidden on YouTube.
Awesome. So you need to go via the Facebook group.
Yeah, or you can email me.
Great.
Because I know some people are not on Facebook.
Fabulous. I love that. Thank you for doing the videos as well. Because lots of us are visual learners. We've got loads of great pictures, but sometimes it's just good to see it being done.
Yeah.
Talking of which,
we're going to do it now.
We're going to do something now.
Please
Jan also says, good morning, Stuart and Becky.
Morning. Please may I have the iron?
You may indeed have the iron. Oh, it's down here, my love. Grab it up. We will get it plugged in for you.
Thank you. Right, so first of all, I'm going to start off on, I've showed quite a lot of FPP as we've gone along through the actual process, but I'm going to show you how to build the actual quilt blocks together. I'm going to show you a little bit of the FPP on the actual bird box quilt block. So I'm going to just basically work on the bottom bit and how to join it together. And then I'll work on to the bird as well, because the bird has got quite a lot of sections to it, and we're going to slowly work through that. Right, okay, so within the Facebook group you do get your actual labels as well. Okay, so each section of the block you need to take note of all the numbers and the number order that you're going to sew. So the first letter is the actual the piece, the section basically, and then the number is the sequence that you sew it on. So we're going to start off with number 1. I'm just going to sew these on, show you how to trim it down, and then show you how to put it back onto that one. So number 1. Now I have got an old adder quarter. I don't know if you've got a new one which has got the lip on it.
Yes.
Mine hasn't, see, so I don't know. Mine's the old one.
Oh. Isn't that the lip there, that side?
No, I mean as in where you fold it, so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so.
Oh, where it's really thin.
Yeah.
Right.
So I use an old school rule.
Yeah, I use a postcard.
Yeah.
Well, I say postcard, it's John Scott's headshot.
Right.
Any postcard will work, won't
Any
it?
postcard will work, or a piece of paper folded up quite a few times. Right, so my section 1's there, so I'm just going to flip that over. If you've got a light box, you can add this onto the top of the light box so you can see. But with the cutting out, I've made sure the patches got quite ample enough around it for especially beginners. Okay, so first thing you're going to do is not stick that on properly. There you go.
Bit of brute force.
Yeah, it's the humidity. Right. Okay, so we're moving on to section 2. So I'm going to fold it. And make sure you've got 1/4 inch overhang, and then we're just going to trim that back. Just get my ridge cutter. So good thing about these, which Stuart was just talking about, it has actually got a lip, and that lip there is what butts up next to the actual paper to give you the 1/4 inch. Can you just give me a press, please?
I certainly can. Got a reputation now as the ironer, haven't I?
The presser.
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you. Right, okay, so I've moved on to my section 2 fabric. Right side facing up, but because this is plain, it really doesn't matter. Match up the 2 raw edges, flip that over. Now you can carry that over to the sewing machine, but I like to put a pin in because sometimes it moves.
Yeah.
And then we're just sewing between the 2 solid lines on that solid line. Now on my sewing machine, I have got it set at a 1.8, a 1.1, sorry, for FPP. And the reason for that is it's just going to be so much easier peeling away that paper once we've sewed all the quilt together.
So you have really short stitches.
Yeah.
Cool.
And just make sure your needle ends and starts in that solid area.
Now, with the best will in the world, Becky, sometimes even we forget to do that short stitch. Any tips on if you have not used that really short stitch length? Any tips for getting the paper out?
Yeah, you can soak it slightly with an actual pen, like a brush.
Like a water brush.
Water brush, and then just peel it, and then get your tweezers out, basically. Yeah. But make sure all your paper's out.
Yeah.
Because you don't want that washing up, and especially because we've got white on there, it will show.
It would show, it would show. Lynn's got in touch from North Yorkshire, who says, I haven't seen this quilt before. Me neither, isn't it fab? If I bought the first couple of blocks, would the others still be available for a while? That's a very difficult one to say, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I personally would buy, even if you can't afford the fabric, just buy all the patterns. Exactly.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a really good tip, actually.
Because there is a few that have only bought the patterns, and in the actual Facebook group, they're actually using their scraps.
Yeah.
So, and they've got loads of scraps from other projects. So, yeah.
So you could get the patterns only. Will the patterns continue to be available for a little while?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so patterns you'd probably be all right. It's the fabric kits that we're very, very short supply of previous months.
Because it takes a lot of fabric, basically.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry, but someone's put in the wrong foot pedal. It won't work with this foot pedal.
Got you. Which is it? The big white one you need?
Double.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
That one there?
Yeah.
Let me change that for you. I wondered why it was just beeping at you.
Yeah.
Let's get it plugged in. Is it this one at the front?
Yeah, and then it will want the...
Oh, you need another cable?
Yeah, the second cable.
Thank you. Brill. You know those mornings where you think you've done everything really early?
I just thought that.
There we go. And then, does that have to go through?
Yeah, it goes through there. Sorry.
Morning, everyone. There we go.
There you go. Thank you.
Perfect. I'll get that plugged in.
That's better.
Now, Becky, I can't bear it any longer. Sew something.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Sarah says, morning, Stuart, Rebecca, and the team. Very formal, Rebecca.
Rebecca, yeah.
Sunday name? Do you
no.
ever get called Rebecca?
My mom.
Oh.
When she's telling me off, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. With my mum, it's always a tone of voice. Well, my mum doesn't tell me off, actually. She never tells me off. But it would be more a tone of voice.
Yeah.
Because my mum always calls me Stuart. So.
It is to... Oh, there you go, fine.
There we go. Hurrah! She's sewing, everyone.
It had to be reset.
Brillo.
Okay, so now that's been sewn on, if I can get Stuart to press that over to that side.
Then.
Thank you.
There we go. Just
Thank
proving
you.
my credentials here.
Great, Aileen. Right, because this is a long piece and I know it flaps around, I actually add a little piece of bit of glue on that just to stop it from moving around.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. And then we're just going to flip that over, move on to section 3, fold that over on the fold and use the add a quarter rule.
Yeah, honestly, if you get nothing else out of this, get yourself an add a quarter ruler.
Yeah.
They are Brillo.
Game changer.
Now they come in a 6-inch or a 12-inch version. If you were buying only one, Becky, what would it be? 6 or 12? Get the 12.
I've got the 6-inch. I never reach for that.
No.
No.
12-inch all the way.
It's
Cool.
because blocks tend to grow, don't they? So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Or if you're doing a diagonal, even on a smaller block, the diagonal can end up being quite long.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah. I'll just reset itself. There you go. There you go. Okay, so once you've done this part, and Stuart's pressed it for me.
I don't come with the kit, by the way. I would just point that out. You will have to do your own pressing at home.
So you go and do the section A, which is this bit. I spilt a drink on the back of mine.
Excellent.
You do your section A and then you'll go ahead and do your section B to complete this block. And then you will need to trim this down. So if I flip this back over, just pop a bit of glue on there. Right, so you'll notice there's a dotted edge all the way around. That's your seam allowance. So we've now got to trim off all the excess to the seam allowance. So I'll just quickly go ahead and do that.
And again, great use of the add a quarter ruler here.
Yeah, because I use that in the seam allowance area. I always have done. I don't know why. Not long enough for this one, but I can move it up.
But much more manoeuvrable than your big 6x24 rotary ruler, isn't it?
It is, totally.
I always say this, small rulers are so important for trimming up, trimming scraps, things like that.
But never big pieces.
No, no.
No. I must admit, I've just bought a Stripology.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Which one did you go for?
The large one.
Ace, the XL.
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I've got like a pattern that I'm working towards, personal for me.
Nice.
And it's all like small pieces, but if you
Yeah.
can lay them all out, then...
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we've now trimmed that down. We're going to pop these right sides together. There's no upside down or whatever, it's the same. We're going to pop those right sides together and we're going to match up the edges. But I like to, where the corners are, pop a pin in and make sure that comes out on the back corner.
Oh, got you. So you pierce the pin right through the layers.
Yeah, and then just pin it down. I'll do that on both sides.
Because this is definitely a progression for a lot of us, isn't it? We've done the sort of one foundation equals one whole block.
Yeah.
But this is numerous foundations to make one.
Yeah, when we get to the bird, there's loads of little pieces for the bird. So, right, okay, so just move your pins out and then just drop your needle down into just that black corner where the solid line is. Now, I personally like to reverse my stitch here because you don't know when you're going to go back to rip the pieces out. Now, if it's there.
Do you need to let you know over half the stock of both kits, that's for row 6-7 kit and row 8 kit, are more than 50% sold out. So if you want to get the kit with fabric and pattern included, great value as well, all exactly the same fabrics that Becky's used in her quilt, you would need to get those checked out pretty quickly. So you go to the very end of your paper.
I do on this part. If I'm sewing the FPP onto the patches onto the paper, I don't sew past those lines.
Got you.
But I have done. Now before we press, I like to peel off the paper out the seam so it presses flat.
Got you. Just out of the seam allowance.
Just out the seam allowance. We're going to keep it fully attached for the rest. Now, if pieces do fall out, don't stress. It means you've done a good job at doing the correct size stitches.
Yeah. You spill a drink on. What drink was it, by the way? Was it a smoothie?
I think it was my iron water, actually, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then you just press the seam towards the top of the
towards the house?
Yeah, please.
Will do.
Thank you. So the paper's already coming out, which is good.
I was going to say, is that okay? Does
that matter? That's fine, because we end up using a 1/4 inch foot when we come to join all the rows together.
Got you.
With the bird, there is quite a lot of pieces. You do need the pattern to actually have a look at how the actual bird is constructed together.
Okay.
Or follow the video. The video isn't out until the end of the month for these, because we've only just really technically had the video for the previous lot. Oops. Okay, so.
There we go, all pressed.
Thank you.
So that's our birdhouse. So cute, isn't it? Love that.
I had to put a birdhouse in because my mum and dad have always had a birdhouse in their front garden.
Yeah.
And it's been a thing since I was a child, like always be around the birds and all that lot and listen to them. Right, okay, so the first sections that we're going to pop all together is, you've got your top section, your bottom section, top section, bottom section. This one, which the paper's already just come off, that one, doesn't matter. We need, that one. That one, that one, that one, that one. There you go. So it will look like
Got
that.
you. Okay.
It's quite a bit of a complicated one. Wrong way, that way. Yep, there you go. Okay, so we're going to start off with this section first and this section. Okay, so I'm going to pop these right sides together. And we're going to match up the edges. I sometimes find a clip helps as well. But you'll see where the two joins are there. You're going to make sure that those 2 points there join together. So pop a pin in there. And same with this side. I like this blue.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's proper. It's almost like Disney Bluebird.
It is,
isn't
yes. It? That's it. It's cornflower, isn't it?
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah. But it's like I'm thinking Snow White singing to the bluebirds.
Yeah. Oh, seat moved.
That's what I'm like every morning when I get up. Sing to the birds and they'll come to me.
Right, okay, so I'm going to sew off the paper and reverse my stitch at the back, at the start and at the finish, and then I'm just going to sew straight along that solid line.
Fabulous. We'll recap all of the previous rows in a few minutes. So if you need a previous row or you're just getting involved in the birds and the bees quilt, then stick around because we've got all the previous rows available and you can buy them as pattern only or fabric kits.
You can, yeah. I first originally did this quilt for me and then I started putting it on to the on social media and people were just saying you need to make this into a pattern.
Oh, it's lovely.
But I said if it became a pattern there'd be just under 300 pages. So no, it would have to come in parts.
Yes, yes. Or a book.
Or a book.
Yeah, yeah. It's the kind of thing you would do as a whole book, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Right, so I'm just going to rip all those pieces out.
Mm-hmm.
I missed out on that actually. I never thought about a book. I just saw it as a pattern.
Well, you do sometimes, don't you? It's like a sampler quilt, or sometimes one applique quilt you get as one book.
Yeah.
I remember Rose Sampler Supreme, which in the
Yeah.
90s everyone
Who's
did.
made press that?
Yeah, up
Thank
towards
you.
the
Whichever side.
whichever
it doesn't matter.
side. Cool. Oh, I like that kind of pressing. You don't get this precision any other way, I think.
No, you don't. No, not at all. Right, so I'm just going to join this one over to this here. Obviously, my paper's slowly falling out, but I don't mind. Okay,
It's one less job to do at the end.
Yeah, and then just going to sew across that bit there. Now, I would normally put pin, but that fits perfectly, so I'm just going to go in and sew.
This is the thing that's a bit of a revelation when you start doing foundation paper piecing, isn't it? That all of your pieces are exactly the right size and shape.
Yeah, if they're not, then you either got it the wrong way round or it's the wrong piece completely. Or if it's on a separate piece of paper and you've printed it off yourself, it means that you might have knocked your settings on your printer.
Got you.
So just keep taking the papers out of your seams. It's a big must, or else, like I used to rip everything out at the end, and I used to always leave bits
Little
in there.
squares.
And especially when you come to quilting it, you can break your needle in that area.
Oh,
so,
okay, yeah. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
You mentioned tweezers earlier.
Yeah, or long nails. But anyway.
And if you haven't got them, you can buy them.
Yes.
Okay, so that's that
one.
section done.
So
That's
next
the
bit,
right
you're
way
going to
round.
join the beak to the head. So
Starting to look more like a bluebird.
you can go ahead and add a button on after we've finished quilting. I won't suggest doing that now, but for
Right.
the eyes or whatever, I'm not a button person. I don't like the feel of buttons.
Okay, yep. I think it is the fifth, possibly the fifth most common phobia.
Is it?
Button phobia.
I haven't got phobia. I just
No.
I think they can just get in the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You definitely don't want to don't put buttons on and then turn it into a long arm quilter.
No.
No, don't do that.
I watched someone on TikTok on a long arm, and they had buttons, and they were having to stop and start the machine, and I reckon they were getting so frustrated.
Oh, absolutely.
I would be.
Open or to one side?
Towards the head, please.
Towards the head.
Yeah, there's less seams
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay,
that's
so then
done.
you're going to join the head to the bottom of the body. Now there is some seams here to match up, so just to make sure that you've got it all correct. So like you'll see, it's noticeable. So I just like to pop a pin or a clip in that area.
Oh, Princess says, Stuart, don't forget to set the seam. You are true. That is true. That is true. Set your seams.
And then we're just going to sew. You actually don't press much, do you, when you've... Because the last time we were on, we were talking about you were using rollers more, weren't you, and finger presses.
I do a lot of finger pressing. I
must admit, in this heat, I have been doing a lot of finger pressing myself.
And I was recently watching videos from a quilter, Jessica Dayden, who doesn't press her seams at all.
No,
until the block is finished.
Yeah.
Which I found very interesting.
Oh, a bit caught
And
there.
you certainly can't knock her accuracy in her piecing.
No.
It's phenomenal.
Just caught up there.
Lowe's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Fred.
Yeah, morning Lo, that's my nickname.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was Baffa.
It is Baffa, but Fred is because I can't say a spool of Fred. So Lo started off Fred.
Gotcha. Well, you're in good company. You're in good company.
John Scott started off that comment.
He?
Yeah.
Wow, John's a tinker, isn't he?
He is. He's sunning himself away.
I know, it's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all right. Jetting off to the sun and...
I know. Great for your birthday, isn't it?
Oh, you know. Mind you don't have to jet anywhere at the moment for sun, do you?
No, you don't. Not
Just
at all.
stick around, you know, Will and all.
Will and all. Is that where you're from?
No, love, no. I live in North Yorkshire.
Oh, right, okay.
But no.
Is that where your goats are?
Yeah, but I lived
cute.
in the Midlands for years and years and years. I came for university and then they couldn't get rid of me. Oh no, I found my spiritual home in Birmingham.
Oh, did you?
Oh, I really did. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, okay, with this one, I've got a little cut. It's cut at an angle there. That's the bit that needs to go here because it's obviously where things join up.
Okay.
So make sure that's at the bottom.
And I just noticed as well, there's a couple of foundations here which actually are just one single piece of fabric.
Yeah, I've done that for a reason. Apart from I didn't print it properly there, but I've done it for a reason. So you've got it the correct size of the actual block itself. So I'm just going to pop some pins into that.
So even where it's a single fabric, it's all foundation piece, so you get that perfect accuracy.
Yeah, and also it just reminds you that you needed that little bit of cutting out of the corner because it joins up certain parts.
Gotcha. Really clever stuff, I like it.
Okay, there you go.
The one bit of foundation piecing I never got, it was the very first book I ever bought actually on foundation piecing, and it had little units where you actually joined fabrics together separately and then put them onto the foundation, and you had to line up your seam allowances, your seams with certain lines on.
I don't get that. No, I've seen that. I've tried it myself and I didn't get it myself. If you want to press it towards the plane.
Do you want me to take the paper out?
Oh yes, please. Sorry.
That's all right, Becky.
Tell me off. It's my own pattern. I'm getting lazy.
Oh, but look at the accuracy here. Look, you don't get that any other way.
No.
Look at that. Fabulous, fabulous points. This is why if anyone ever says to me, oh no, I don't do foundation paper piecing, you've got to get it in your toolbox, because just occasionally it might be the only way you can get the result you want.
Exactly, yeah. Right, okay, so with this one, you've got to make sure it's the thinner end on the bottom rather than the larger end. I'm going to pop this right sides together. And as you can see, that's where the seam was and that's where the cutout is. So you've got to make sure that's all spot on. I'm going to pop pins into those.
Fab.
Okay, and
Becky, while you're sewing that, do you mind if I just
No,
start
go for
recapping the previous rows?
No,
I know
go for
lots
it.
of people want to get involved before the quilt is done and dusted.
Yeah, no, go for it.
So let's start with pattern number 1, which is 1 and 2, the stars at night, row
And
1 and row 2, the Buzzy Bee row. Here we go. Right, pattern on its own. So this is the sun up here.
No,
And
it's
oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
It's the night and the bees.
Ah, sorry, got you. Right, so it's the stars across the very top. That's row 1. And then the bees and the economy blocks here. We've got 8 patterns on their own, that's it. That's all the stock we've got. So then the kit is the pattern plus all of this beautiful fabric. It's a big fabric bundle for this one because it's your first one to get you started, and we've only got 8 of these kits as well. So very, very limited stock on that. $29.99, brilliant price. Remember, it's for 2 rows, the stars across the top, the night sky, and then the Buzzy Bee row as well. You're getting all of your fabrics for both of those rows. A message, morning Stuart and Becky. I was always worried about foundation paper piecing, but after trying it, I've become a bit of a fan.
It is,
Carol.
yeah. It's addictive.
It's like that. It's like that. Anyone who doesn't, well, I think, anyway, I have a theory that anyone who doesn't like foundation paper piecing needs the right class, the right teacher, the right block. Or
They do, yeah.
Because it's not a method you ever need to worry about. It's a great method.
No, and to be fair, I was scared years and years ago. I was taught really old, like on muslin cloth.
Right.
Yeah, so it was a lot bulkier then, but now the papers are out.
Yeah.
So much better and so much easier. You can't complain.
No, I mean, I do know a couple of people that still trace their foundations onto really fine Vilene and leave it in. And you can do that.
You can do that.
You?
It adds a bit more insulation into your quilt.
You know, but... So that row's gone on?
Yeah.
You'll be needing pressing, won't you?
Yes, please, and then I'll move on.
I shall leave row 3 for now. Do you want this towards the body?
Towards the body, please. Yeah. Sorry, it's an awkward one, that one is. I've left all the slightly more complex ones to the very end of the actual pattern.
One thing I find though, with the paper being in there, it does press very nicely. You can fold it, can't you? And kind of crease it with your fingers.
I like the fact that because I'm a bag maker, like I do more bag making than quilting. I use stabilisers quite a lot, so it reminds me of working with...
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Right, while you sew the next row, I'll talk about row 3. This is the family home.
The biggest row.
The biggest row. It is a big row.
It is. It's like half a metre.
So here's the pattern on its own, £9.99. You get the house, you get the trees, you get the gardens. Oh, doesn't this... I'm painting a picture. And it's the house that you drew when you were a child, isn't it? When you thought about your house with the chimney and the door in the centre and the windows either side. It's that perfect family home. And lovely tall trees and topiary, I see.
Yeah, if I just show...
posh, aren't you?
If I just show you, is it in this? No, it's in the next pattern, but we actually do a Facebook Live in the Facebook where we're sewing applique bees flying around.
Oh, cute.
So, yeah, but it's not in the pattern. We've done it in the Facebook group, but I've put the templates in there.
Even more reason to join. Okay, that's pattern on its own. We've got 9 of them on their own. 9 of them on their own, that's it. Kit-wise... We've got the kits. We'll put the details up of the kits again. $29.99. You get all your whites. You get there's your trees, your trunks. You get all of your different fabrics, and of course, don't forget any leftovers that you have. They go in a box. You keep those month to month.
Those, yeah.
Keep all the bits. Now Steph's picked up on the buttons. She says, I'm terrified of spiders. Dad used to say, who's bigger, you or the spider? I would say the spider.
Yeah, me too.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, there are some things that we're afraid of for good reason. Heights, spiders, snakes, things, water.
Yeah.
You know, they're, I mean, you know, it'll keep you alive.
Yeah,
you know, kind of fears, but sometimes it sort of creeps over, doesn't it, into normal life. Now, row 4 and 5, the Ray of Sunshine and the Bunting Celebration. Sounds like a day at work for me.
Someone has done a King's Charles celebration.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that one.
Like red, white and blue.
Yeah, but they've actually got fabric that's yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. You could so personalise this quilt, couldn't you? A wedding gift, an anniversary gift, or something just to celebrate your family and who you are. Adds personal details in. So this one then, the pattern is the Ray of Sunshine. So this gorgeous big rising sun and the flying geese in the top, this wide row here, and then also the Bunting Celebration, which is this row right here. Pattern $9.99, and then full kit. Now pattern wise, how many have we got left? 5 left. Oh, that's been really popular. 5 of those left. 3 of the kits left. Gosh, fabrics. Remember, your scraps from previous rows are important. Don't use them for an extra project yet. If you have any little bits when you've done the whole quilt, join in the Facebook group.
Yep.
Because you're going to be making a little something
extra bits.
Extra. So that's row 5, and then we've done 6, 7 today, and 8 as well. Oh, Princess has a fear of Daddy Longlegs. They always made a beeline for me. Oh, I love them.
I don't like them. Why can they fly?
Why can they fly? Flying things, you see, flying
Yeah,
things.
exactly.
Now, just need to recap the kits that we've had today. So we had rows 6 and 7. We'll pop those on screen. Kits only. There it is. This is the house, the bird house and birds and the geese, and also the picket fence row underneath, the friendship stars and the little 9-patch blocks. Well over half the stock of that has gone. And once everyone's checked out, we'll have less than 20. So really important that you check out your baskets, please. We've also done row 8 today, which is the pretty garden, which is that last row along the bottom. We'll show you the kit, $19.99. Now remember, this one is about finishing your quilt. So this isn't just the row along the bottom, it's borders, it's putting the whole thing together. When you've all checked out, that's it. It's completely sold out. Still time to check out. Let me press that for you.
Yeah, please. And then I'll move on to one of the pretty garden blocks if I've got time.
Well, we've got about 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I'll just basically,
Yeah.
I'm an I don't know if you do square upon square for your half square triangles. Do you do square upon square and then sew either side of the line?
You know, mostly these days I cut out triangles.
Thank you.
Because it's quicker.
It is quicker and it saves you fabric, and because sometimes you have to trim it down, don't you? Yeah. So I'm an old-fashioned traditionalist when it comes to quilts, blocks, and I like to cut out my triangles separate. It's because my mum taught me that way, basically. Yeah. So I'm just going to show you how to actually do the part of the flower of one of the blocks. So you get precise actual flowers heads. Okay, so you're going to get one of your pink triangles, and then you're going to get your 2 of those and 2 of the whites and one of the A patches, which is the square. Okay, just move those out of the way so you're not getting mislaid.
Look at that, look at that.
Went a bit off there, but it doesn't matter.
It's a feather, it's a feather.
Right, okay, so you want your square either side. Yep, and then you've got your 2 triangles. So first of all, you're going to grab your square and your triangle, and it should go, I'm having a look here, it's this way, yep. So it should go like that, right sides together, and you're going to match up the bottom of the triangle to the bottom. And I forgot to ask for a 1/4 inch foot, but doesn't matter, I'm going to go for the line. Right, so I'm knocking my stitch length back up to about a 1.8. And you should have your 1/4 inch foot on here, but I'm going to go by the guides because we haven't got time. Okay. And then if you can press towards the square, please, because...
I'll set the seam.
Yeah.
I'm remembering now. There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, Maureen says, in my early years, we lived in a prefab, but when I drew a house, it was always like yours.
Yeah, yeah.
We all did that, didn't we?
Have I done this right? It's because I'm... No, I haven't actually. No. Rewind.
Can I get a rewind?
Oh, it's getting hot in here, that's why.
It's getting hot in here. So let's make that block again.
Can I spot the pattern, please? Because I've written this
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
That's the one.
There it is.
So,
Pretty garden.
there you go, thank you. I can go from that diagram.
Yeah, cool.
That's better.
This is why we have a pattern. Have it in front of you.
We all make mistakes as well, guys. So I'm a stickler for that.
Sharon says, morning both, ordered the final 2 kits.
Yay.
As a beginner, I just have to be confident to dive in and start row 1. Advice, please, Becky.
Watch the videos and message me if you get stuck.
Great.
Yeah. Honestly, my testers, I had beginners who had never done quilting before. And yeah, so, right, so we're sewing those 2 together first.
Got you. 2 triangles.
2 triangles.
Yeah, this is what's so wonderful about Sewing Street. We have the designers live on air, doing a demo. You can watch the videos over and over again, but also designers become friends and they're on hand. You can message on Facebook. You're very open to that, aren't you?
Yeah,
you do videos. You're very interactive.
Yeah, and there's been times where people have said, I'm still not getting it after a video, so I've actually video chatted them.
Great.
So I don't normally do that, but honestly I don't mind doing it when someone is going to pop the pattern and never do it.
Yeah, and sometimes
I want someone to do it.
Exactly. And sometimes, you know, it's not until a pattern actually gets out there in the big wide world that you realise that maybe one step needed a bit more explanation.
Yeah.
So you get a chance to go back in and do
help
a video or something.
Yeah. Press to the dark side. So I'm just going to finger press.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're just going to trim off those dog ears. Why do we call them dog ears? I don't know. I've never understood that one.
I think it's because they're like little triangles that
look like dog ears.
Flap off the side, maybe?
Yeah. And then obviously you got those, you're going to pop those onto the square this time.
So just line up the corner again?
Yeah. Make sure you've got a 1/4 inch foot on, because I just went a bit off there, precised, and it's gone off again, but it doesn't matter. And what you should have is, before I go any further, should have an overhang at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then you'll add that one on to there. Obviously press that over, cut off the dog ears, and then attach that to that.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, it's all really well explained in the pattern, and whether you're beginner, intermediate or advanced level, you can grow with this quilt, can't you?
You can, yeah.
Develop your skills.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Remember that last row and finishing instructions really are in the danger zone now. Over allocated. Check out your baskets, please, and make sure that you get to finish your birds and bees quilt. We will get the patterns in again, but things like the kits, it's very difficult to restock.
Yeah.
Becky, thank you so much for that hour. I'm seeing you in an hour.
Yeah.
We're doing a bag.
I know. It's my favourite bag. I shouldn't have favourites, but I do. Yeah, this one's my favourite.
Absolutely beautiful. Walk with me.
Yeah.
Walk with me. All right. We're going to go to a break now. I'll see you after this break with some fabulous extra wide fabric and waddings. We'll talk about finishing those quilts. See you after this.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags. As you can see, I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter Stay. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hey friends, this hour is all about finishing your quilts. And actually we've got a bit of a finishing your quilts morning really. We've just had the last rows and instalments from Becky Alexander's Birds and Bees quilt. Don't forget to get the last instalment of that. This hour we're talking about battings and quilt backings. We've got loads of extra wide fabrics and also some great battings. I'm going to be talking about the differences between battings as well and which fibres work. But also today we've got Liz from Pinhole Quilting with the Moxie, and I'm so excited about this. You know I've got a handy quilter in my studio, and when anybody asks me about long arm quilting, I always talk about computerized edge-to-edge quilting, which is what I use for the vast majority of my quilts. And if you're looking at doing it commercially, it's what the majority of customers want, edge-to-edge sewing. Now you can do that using a pantograph along the back of the Moxie. There is a table, you can use a laser pen and hand guide it. But for the first time, and this is the bit that's really exciting, we've got the Pro Stitcher Lite fitted on the Moxie, and you can get a bundle today. The price is incredible. When I think about, you know, the value, you've got the Pro Stitcher Lite included, and what that does is you can map out, we're going to be showing you this between 11 and 1, you can map out the whole quilt on the computer screen. It's really easy. You know what an absolute no-hoper I am with technology. I can do it, you can do it. You map the whole quilt out, you can do blocks, you can do borders, You can do sashings, whatever you want to do, but I tend to do the whole quilt edge to edge. You can try out different designs, you can resize them, you can sort of set it all there and then press run and stand back and watch as your handy quilter quilts everything perfectly for you. I mean, it's just fabulous. And today's the first time we've got the Pro Stitcher Lite included with the Moxie, so it's just going to be a brilliant. We're very, very limited already. There's been so much interest in the Moxie with Pro Stitcher this morning, so if you've been thinking for a while about getting a long arm with the computerized technology, this is an amazing deal. So Liz is going to be doing loads of demos, and we're going to be talking all thing long arming 11 till 1, so make sure you set your recorder. Now I'm going to move over to the other side. We have got some beautiful extra wide fabrics. All right, I'm going to grab. Now, let me grab. I'm going to start actually. We've got some really beautiful sort of Japanese style prints here for extra wide backing fabrics. And don't forget that those final 2 hours today, we're going to be talking all things long arming. We'll explain what pantographs are, we'll explain what edge to edge is. It'll be a really interesting, informative show. So let me just show you these fabrics right here, just to give you a flavour of where we're starting. These are all extra wides. These are all 108 wide. These are all a bit of me, every last one. I'm going to start with these two right here. These are a sort of Sashko style. This ends 3/9. So gorgeous, deep, inky blue background with a sort of tan star pattern. Now, they've been incredibly popular on pre-order. There's 9 units left, 4.5 meters. I'm just going to open this out just so you can have a look, because actually, forget extra wide backing. I want a dressing gown made out of this, don't you think? Or a little beach cover up. I mean, how fabulous is that? I want the wallpaper, I want the bedding. You could make your own duvet covers and pillowcases, cover a headboard. Dressmaking, I mean, it's all good, but they are really made, and I have to remind myself, they are really made for backing quilts with, but they're stonking good value, £10.99 per half metre. You'd need 2.5 metres for up to a queen, 3 metres for a king. All right, so grab that. Now, next up, I've got the same one, but this time in a brick red, ending 2/8. Again, absolutely gorgeous. What about things like tablecloths as well? This is yummy. What a fantastic colour. Now, don't think of this just for those quilts that have Japanese style fabrics on the front. This would also work absolutely beautifully if you've used like warm country colours, more those sort of antique-y, deep dark shades. What about things like autumnal shades of batiks or solids? This would work really well as the backing. Dressing gown, fab, says Sandra, isn't it? Isn't it? Any of these. And because they're 108 inches wide, you'll need a lot less of them to create your garment. So keep that in mind. I can't tell you exactly how much you'd need. It would be pattern dependent, but you're getting sort of 2.5 times the fabric that you would be getting but if you bought regular width fabric. So I guess keep that in mind when you're planning out. And maybe even do like a little sketch on paper just to see how you would lay out your pattern pieces. Again, really, really popular. Now, next up, I'm going to grab these 3 because it, again, is a very, very traditional sort of Sashko pattern. And Sashko, that Japanese style of embroidery or quilting, very elegant, aren't they? Now, think about them for things like bag linings. I'm going to grab this one first of all. This ends, yeah, 7/8. So this is a really deep dark navy. Or is this black? Navy. We've called, yeah, navy. Thank you. Sheila says, morning Stuart, loving the show. You mentioned beds. What about a Super King? How much for one of those, please? If you were doing the backing fabric for a Super King size, this is 108 inches wide. 3 meters is, can you just work that out in inches, please, Ben? 3 meters in inches. I think it's more than 124 inches, but we'll just check. 118.11. Okay, good point. So it would be 108 by 118. So if you were doing 124, which would be Super King, 120 to 124 be Super King, you would need 3.5 meters. Oh, go on. Morning, Stuart. Love the ex-wife fabrics. It's our favourite typo ever, Susan. Ex-wife fabrics. Can you please tell me what is the beautiful green design behind you? Thank you. This right here. So actually, isn't it lovely? This has all been hand-guided, free motion quilted on the Moxie. But it's actually, I think it's a Robert Kaufman printed panel. And it's actually like the flower shaded on a panel. It's been around for a few years now. Have a look online. The quilting's amazing, isn't it? You just basically infill the petals in all sorts of different quilting patterns. Isn't that what a great practice piece, huh? Gorgeous. Another message. Morning, Stuart. Cannot start my day without Sewing Street. Very glad to hear it. Thank you. Looking forward to long arming later, as I have 2 pieced quilts that are pending final stitching. I think you're doing very well, Stephanie, to just have 2. Most of us have got a whole big pile. Today's all about finishing those quilts. All right, so this one is that navy wave pattern, Sashiko wave pattern. Beautiful. Bag linings or bag making, this would be gorgeous. Dressing gowns, slippers, pajama bottoms. Very, very smart. Very, very smart. Loads of this in baskets. Like I say, if you're buying speculatively, you want between 2.5 and 3.5 meters, depending on whether you're going sort of up to queen size or up to sort of king, super king. Right, same print, but this time in the top, this is ending 1/6. Isn't it gorgeous? Just lovely. Bless you, Susan. We know you meant extra wide. That's just fabulous, though, isn't it, when that happens sometimes, don't you think? It's like you couldn't have planned it. Love it. Yeah. Lovely, lovely. Oh, just a top tip from me, by the way. I meant to mention it earlier on. Sometimes you can absolutely use the backing fabric as your quilt pattern. This is a great case in point. I'll just put this one back up for a second. So if this was on your, you could quilt from the back, from the reverse. So put your top thread in your bobbin. Okay, and then your bobbin thread on the top, yeah, and then you're going to quilt. So you could quilt along the lines, along the diagonals. You see, can you see a diamond here? Can you see those diamonds? So if you quilted these diagonals and these uprights, you would have these diamonds quilted on the surface of your quilt. If you preferred, you could quilt on these lines and then you would just eyeball between here and here. It's only 1.5 inches or so. Quilt these and then you could do, wait a minute, where is it? Lost it for a second. Yes, so you're almost making cubes. So you can use the background as different ways to quilt. Yeah, they're really useful, really useful. I know it did start to make my eyes go a bit funny. Right, there we go. That's that one. £11.99 for a 1/2 metre. All cut to order. And then we've got the terracotta, which certainly here is our favourite. Your favourite too, actually. This has been the most popular so far. Yeah, it would be lovely for a shirt. Really lovely for a shirt. It's just very, very elegant, isn't it? And don't forget as well, with all of these fabrics, because they're cotton, you can over dye them, and I often do over dye them. If something's just not quite right, you can throw it in the washing machine with a Dylon dye the whole thing a different color. Obviously the base colour will affect the final colour, but you know, I do that quite often. Yes. Especially if I've managed to find a bargain. Right, the next three, these are all dragonflies. These are lovely, like these. I mentioned as well about doing duvet covers. Duvet covers don't need as much fabric as the quilt because they don't overhang the bed as much. So these extra wides would make up to Super King, wouldn't they? 108 wide. We'll start with the navy. So navy background, little sort of tan or taupe spots, and then those gorgeous dragonflies. This would be lovely for a border for a quilt or sashing. Now, you might have seen earlier on in the year Susan Briscoe launch, who's the queen of Sashco, launched her new book Sashco 365, and that was a different Sashco quilting pattern for every day of the year, and in between the blocks there was sashing and a border. This would be a lovely fabric if you were doing very traditional Sashiko kind of tan and or white on navy or navy on tan. This would go perfectly. Love that. £11.99 again per half metre. Right, next up, oh, a message, yes please. Goodness gracious, using the back as your quilting guide, total genius idea. Oh, Stephanie, not my idea, but it's a useful one, isn't it? It is a good idea. And there's a few other fabrics that we've got in this hour that you could do that with as well. So this next one is taupe background, navy dragonflies. You could also use these for things like light curtains or blinds as well, cushions, lights off furnishing. Fabulous. And then the last one's the terracotta. And again, it's that lovely deep brick red in the background, but the whole effect is quite light and fresh because you've got all these little spots in the background. Lots and lots of you coming in for that. And the Sashco, very, very popular. Quilting from the back. It's a lovely idea. I've done it a few times. It's really good. Play around with your tension just because you want to get the tension between the bobbin and the upper fabric just right, you know, but it works really well. And you can use a walking foot on your machine so you get lovely stitch quality, and you just put the top thread in your bobbin, and what you would have used as your top thread, leave it on the reel, put it on the top. This last Japanese style one, a bit of colour in this one, ending 9/8. So you've got a lovely navy and cobalt. It's lovely, isn't it? Chirpy. Yeah, it's gorgeous. We've got 10 units. 10 units of this one left. That means 5 meters and then it's gone. So if you want to grab this one, lovely little sort of patterns in the wings on this one as well. Very pretty. Love it, love it. Okay, right. I have got a couple of others actually, which would go very nicely within that. Look, that were lurking. Yeah, look. Very nice, very nice. Let's do this one ending 40, which is the terracotta. This is terracotta background, and then lovely kind of cream tan butterflies, almost lacy looking, isn't it? %100% cotton, real lovely finely woven cotton as well, and light. So if you wanted to use this to create things like, you know, dust ruffle or fitted sheet, or, you know, a ruffle round the bottom of a fitted sheet, you could do that as well. Lots of ways you can use these fabrics. What about a bed canopy or drape? It's quite romantic. A bed drape. Yeah. When I lived in Norfolk, I lived just back, ending 84, this next one, I lived just back from Hickling Broad, and we had it was a beautiful place to live, but we had terrible mosquitoes in the summer. So I had to have mosquito nets over all the beds. So they were on these sort of big round hoops, and then these voluminous nets all over the beds all throughout the summer. And I remember when I bought them, I went to Gerald's in Norwich to buy them, and the chap in the interiors department said to me, "Your house is going to look like the Raffles Hotel," and indeed it did. Yeah. But no mozzie bites. Whereas this year, I'm an absolute, I can't wear shorts because I look like I've been cannibalised. Dreadful. Oh, and my body reacts to mosquito bites terribly. I got cellulitis last year from one. Ended up at A&E. Horrible, horrible. It was all creeping up my leg. And red hot. This is on black, by the way, this one. The background is black. So that's rather gorgeous. Right, I feel like I need some colour now. I need colour, colour, colour. Thank you. Ooh. I'm going to go for these ones first because these are stunning. Look. Let's do the white one first. Ending 1/8. Oh, this is stunning. Look at that. Brand new today. Oh, that is lovely. Now, straight away, look, I'm thinking, wouldn't that make the most adorable children's duvet, I'm saying children or adults, duvet cover, pillowcases, beanbag chair, big floor cushions. What about that canopy around a bed? Ever so easy as well. You can do this, right? All you need, sort of like a semicircle of like, you know, MDF, something like that cut, that you can then sort of fix on a bracket above the bed. And then, if nothing else, you can just staple the pleated fabric around the top in 2 halves that then drape down from that either side of the bed with some little tie backs or something like that either side, just to create a lovely backdrop, and then have a piece of that flat down the back of the wall behind it. Ever so easy to do. But of course, we should talk about quilts. You can also use it for backing a quilt. But yeah, curtains, blinds, lovely things you could do. If you've got open shelving, this would make really nice curtains to be able to put in front, because open shelving is lovely if it's tidy and you keep it clean, but it also can get really dusty. Everything's exposed to sunlight, and so often we do end up putting little curtains across. Very nice, very nice. I love that. It would also make a really nice starting point for a scrap quilt. So get yourself maybe a metre of this, and then go to your scraps, pull all of your scraps that have any of these colours in them, and there's so much colour in there that you could pull and then create patchwork blocks out of that. Use this for things like the sashings, the borders, maybe even alternate blocks in between your piecing, and it'll bring the whole thing together. So sometimes buying a metre of fabric can help you use a whole bunch of scraps. Now, me and black or dark colour with bright colours, match made in heaven. This next one, oh, look at that! Look at that! How glowy and poppy is that? It is. Instantly I thought of space. I was thinking planets or like tossed marbles. Did you used to play marbles? Used to love that. My brother was an absolute demon at marbles. He was oh, he could be anybody. But look at that. Just think that is gorgeous, gorgeous fabric. Really nice. Brand new today, this one. Brand new today. What a treat. If you need an incentive for getting that quilt finished, get yourself the backing and the wadding, and then you've got it all ready together. Perhaps get yourself a can of 505 as well, and you'll have that quilt put together in no time. Beautiful. And it's Wyndham Fabrics as well, this one, so really great quality cotton. You're not compromising on quality. Oh my goodness, says Heather, who's in North Yorkshire. What a brilliant idea, Stuart, thank you. I have loads of scraps of those bright colours. Oh, use one fabric as your focus, take that to your scrap pile and just literally pull anything, and don't edit at all at this point. Grab Christmas, grab batiks, grab Cafe, grab anything and everything that has those colours. Susan, who's in Hampshire, says, Stuart, could you please show the white paisley, as I have to take my car for its MOT in a few minutes. Thanks. I will do that for you now. Here we go. And I'm going to give you a top tip with gel prints. So this is, can you see that that is a paisley design? It's almost like a damask design. Can you see that? So here's my top tip. Get this and dye it. Dye it, because the paisley print is printed with a white gel on top of the white fabric, okay? And that acts as a partial resist. So if you dye this, for the most part, you're not going to get like blue fabric with white overprinting on it, but it dyes differently. So you get a different shading effect from the print and the background, and you see the pattern even more. Really fun fabric to experiment with. Susan's managed to get hers. Did I do all right for you, Susan? And a big good luck with the old MOT, by the way. This would be a really fun fabric actually to get, and get yourself a few fabric dyes and have a fun dyeing session. Cut it up into big squares, dye them differently. You could do batiks, you could do space dyeing, ice dyeing, gradations. You could really have fun with this. And rather than working on plain fabric, because it's got that gel print, you'll get some really cool effects. Oh, lovely. I want to do that myself now. Right, now let's go a bit subtle. Let's go a bit subtle. I've got these ones to show you next. So more of the kind of neutrals. Nice little selection. Yep, make that as a bundle. We'll start with this one. They're not onion rings, Ben, but nearly patchwork rings. Yeah, they are almost like wedding rings or quoits or something like that. I love the fact that you've got really quite traditional looking ditzy prints, almost Liberty-esque prints, but the overall design is very modern. So it kind of ticks a lot of boxes for me. It's got a bit of a vintage vibe, but it's also quite a modern vibe. I want to just show you how it would look for dressmaking as well, because I think that is quite nice. You could just wear it like that. No shirt, a belt round your waist, and probably flip-flops. Fabulous though, isn't it? I love that. I love that. I don't know why I think throwing it over my shoulder is a good idea, but I always do. It's lush, isn't it? So again, 108 inches wide, $13.99. Can we just check that 274 centimetres? I've got a feeling that might be more. It's a minimum though, isn't it? 274. Charlie's really speedy at typing. Centimetres. No, inches, sorry. Inches. Oh, 107.8. So yeah, call it 108. Yeah, 108 inches wide. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Gorgeous. You're welcome, Susan. You're welcome. Yeah, no, that's a good one because that would fit a lot of different kind of neutrals, tans, browns, greys, silvers, blacks in there. Lovely. Right, so that's that one. We're going a bit sort of neutral with this selection. World map. I love a map. This ends 8-9. This is one again, it's much too good to put on the back of a quilt. Really, isn't it? Isn't that? Yeah, I mean, it's just fabulous. It is a piece of art. It is a piece of art, really. I love that. I love that. Just going to open it up. You could put this over an artist's frame or over a cork board. You could put pins. You could put, you know, like, it'd be really fun actually to put like bright red or bright pink thread between pins, you know what I mean? Yeah, sort of flight plans, things like that. Or you could use this as a base for surface embellishment, stitching, embellishing, beadwork. You could use this as the backdrop for almost like a travel log or a, you know, a diary almost. It would be fabulous to have on the outside covers of a journal as well. Nice tote bags this side. Yes. Oh yes. Well, actually, nice tote bags, because if I'm just going to fold this in half, because if we're talking, let's say for example you used like leather straps on this, you'd actually get 4 tote bags out of 1/2 metre. And each of the tote bags would be sort of so big. That would be the front of your tote bag with your put leather handles on. So if you make and sell, yeah, very smart. Very smart. I love that. You'll like this one too. This ends 6/5. One of my favourite backing fabrics. This is a really new one. We only started getting this in a couple of weeks ago. It's been flying out on pre-order. 5 units left, 2.5 metres. That's enough for a double or a queen size quilt. That's it. Oh, and this is really silky. 100% cotton, super smooth. That just feels gorgeous and cool. You know, like really good quality hotel sheets. That's what that feels like. That feels like luxury. You know though, when you go and stay in a lovely hotel and you do the bed dance, like, do you ever do that when you're on the bed, just spread out? I lie diagonally. Stake your claim. It's always tucked in very tightly though. If you try and get into the bed, you end up sort of literally, I can't move, I can't move. This is gorgeous though. Do you see all of the teal and the bronze and the brown in there, and the orange as well as the golden yellows. It is. It's a real gold finger. Lovely. Right. Now these two, which I've got next, look very much like sort of either cork or, you know, that lovely sort of ceramic art now that you see where people do like really thin layers of different colours and then crumble them up and then mix that in with or sprinkle it over plaster or sometimes in resin to make dishes and plates. This reminds me of that. So it's almost got a stone look to it. Let's do the lighter one first, ending 49. Speckles cream. Speckles cream. Gorgeous, yeah. Lots of different colours in the background as well, by the way. Little splodges of red and golden yellow, deep green, moss, blues in there as well, a little touch of black. So you could easily use this to tie in with almost anything. Yeah. It's a real useful one. That would be really, really nice to use as bag linings too. And bear in mind, 1/2 metre would line 4 tote bags for $11.99. Would also be great for dressmaking, yeah? You could make a pretty decent dress or shirt out of that. Now we've also got that one in a much deeper, warmer, kind of rich sand colour. That's a gorgeous rich colour, isn't it? Yeah, smashing that. 1/2 metre is $11.99. You need 2.5 metres for a double or queen size quilt. It is quite corky, isn't it? Quite cork looking. So if you make cork and PU bags, what about that for the lining? Right, I feel like we need some more colour now. Now, there's a few I've not seen before. I'm super excited to get this one. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Have we met? Now that is stunning. This is brand new today? We think it might be. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Here we go. It's called Meadow Floral in Slate, $12.99. Now, how beautiful is that? Now, yeah, I want the bedroom painted this colour with gold accessories, maybe. We're thinking gold or rose gold. Gold, yeah. And then, yeah, picking out those colours. Duvet cover, quilt, borders on a quilt. Use these, and then I would probably pick maybe some batiks and some other fabrics to go with. Again, though, I mean, my mum was always one for a sort of floral kimono style dressing gown. And I mean, that is pretty gorgeous, isn't it? As a dressing gown or as a dress. And again, it's 108 wide, so you'll need a lot less of this fabric than you would your regular kind of 42-inch wide fabric. Lots of you getting this in your baskets. Can you see that it's got a bit of a lovely sheen to it as well? It's almost got a sort of silky look and definitely feel to it as well. It's super smooth. Just lovely. Oh, I mean, the absolute opposite of me. No. No, soles of my feet. No, they're not silky smooth. Not in the summer. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. That background colour is so deep and intense. It is. It's a very fashionable colour. I love it. I love it. Now, another one which you're going to get very excited about is this one here. A female deer, la. Look at this, look. It's Bambi and his mum. Oh, it's called Night Visitor. Night Visitor. Oh, it's lovely, look. That's really cute. Do you know what I'd like to do with that? I'd like to do a whole cloth children's quilt in that. So do the whole quilt in that, and then quilt it with glow-in-the-dark thread. Because it's about night visitors, so I would quilt the whole thing, maybe in stars and moons all over, and then all day long, when it's in the bedroom, it's absorbing the light into the thread, and then when the lights turn out in the dark, the thread would glow. Can you imagine making that quilt? Can you imagine? Or you could just use masking tape to mask out a wide grid. So do all these lines first, 3 inches or 4 inches apart, stitch along the side of the tape. Okay, you can just lay one piece of tape and move it, but you know, it's quick and easy. And then to quilt all those lines, and then put the tape going the other way, use a ruler to help you measure it out, and then quilt, and just do a big crosshatch, but use glow-in-the-dark thread. And you can get it in all sorts of different colours as well. It's really fun. It's really fun. You could also then, of course, make a few lampshades using this fabric as well to go with, couldn't you? And then just, that's the bedroom, all coordinated, all finished. Aren't these lovely, these new fabrics? I told you we'd got some good ones. Now, I'm going to grab this one. This is the Patchwork Rings, but in blue. Is it Twilight? Oh, I like that. I love the shade of blue in the background. It's really kind of intense and cobalty. My son, says Leslie in Greater Manchester, my son insisted on a glow-in-the-dark cast when he broke his arm. Oh, that's a new one on me. Woke up screaming in the night. Oh, it's my arm. Oh, it's my arm. That's all right. Oh, that's such a funny story. I love that. I love that. It's really cute. It's really cute. Oh. That is lovely. That is lovely. So again, it's those sort of ditzy, traditional floral fabrics in the rings, but then in quite a modern design. Love it. Love it. And of course I do a lot of blue quilts, so blue is the colour. Very, very easy to use, this one. It would also make some wild wide-legged trousers or a jumpsuit. Are you with me? Little thin belt. Gorgeous. Or a bum bag. Wet boots, kitten heel, chunky jewellery. Right, let's go a bit impressionistic, ending 4-3. So again, colour lovers out there. Ooh, this is like walking into a flower market, isn't it? I think from a distance, I'm seeing big, beautiful chrysanthemums and dahlias, pom-pom dahlias, yeah, or hydrangeas. There's beautiful kind of multi-flowered bracts, just beautiful. Or fireworks, or, you know, an impressionistic painting, beautiful. Now, oh, Ben, our producer, is seeing a lady walking through a flower meadow. She's there. Yeah, It is part of the human brain, isn't it, that we see human forms and faces in blotches, blobs, cut vegetables, damp walls, things like that. We do kind of see it, yeah. I can kind of see that. But yeah, I mean, you could use this in so many ways, couldn't you? Again, I think it would be really cool for dressmaking. Really cool for dressmaking. It would be lovely for home deck. It would be really nice to make some accessories for the garden or for the beach as well. Yeah. You could use this on the top, use ripstop on the bottom to make like a picnic blanket or a beach quilt, something like that. That would work. That would work. It can also, of course, be used for backing quilts. Love it. Right, we've got a few. Now this next one is like a drop cloth, yeah. Is it called drop cloth? It is called drop cloth. Yeah, so there you go, like paint speckles, splatters. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I want dungarees. Yeah. Summer dungarees in a cotton. Yeah. And then you could team a nice sort of either a bright white t-shirt and Converse shoes. Yeah. Black and white stripe would be gorgeous. A stripy top, nice. Or, you know, tone one of the colours of t-shirts with that. That would be fun. Yeah, you could do an apron. You could do kids painting aprons out of this. For the grandies, little tabard style. Over the head. Little poppers at the sides. Love that. Do you know, we had them when I taught in nursery and reception. We had sort of tabard aprons, and they had sort of magic powers, because as soon as children put them on, they suddenly became very interested in cleaning and tidying, and it suddenly seemed to make every child take responsibility for the painting area, and they were in their official uniform. You know, we very much sold it as an official uniform, but the kids were really on board with it. So I've always said, you know, if you want to get kids involved in doing the cleaning, make them an apron, make them a tabard. It works every time. Right, next ones. I showed you that gorgeous sort of burnt gold, Tuscan, yellows. Got 3 more here. We'll start with the navy. It's been absolutely flying out. Very, very popular, this. Gorgeous, intense colour. If you love Tim Holtz, if you loved his Alchemy range, perfect. Yeah, more in baskets than we've actually got of this one. It's not just blue, there's purple, there's teal, turquoise in there as well. It's just lush, absolutely lush. And the quality of this is incredible. It's hard to see, but running my hands on that, it is like silk. It is so finely woven. It is beautiful. Silky. Silky smooth. Silky, silky. Let's do the red next, because this is just, you know how some colours just energise you, and this is just giving me life. I love it. It's that combination of oranges, reds, bright magentas, and then that little bit, this is almost a green, almost like a verdigris on it. I love that. You could just put it in a frame. Okay, couple more. This is the lilacs, teals, turquoise, lighter, fresher. That's stunning, isn't it? Really glowy. See, you know, you're hard pressed to find a good selection of backing fabrics for quilts anywhere but Sewing Street. We really do have an amazing selection of backing fabrics here, which warms my heart, because if there is one job in quilt making that I despise, And it really is that. I hate joining fabrics for backing quilts. It feels like such a, talk about dragging me down. Really, yeah, it does. Ending 9-3. This is giving me, you know, Coco the Clown. Yeah. Gorgeous. And then the last one, a good basic, go with anything. I've used one very, very similar for a quilt that I'm going to be bringing to you on Monday, a brand new Jason Yenter quilt. This would be perfect for, what's this one called? What's this one called? Urban Legend. That's what they used to call me in prison. No, it is. I used to walk into the wing and everyone would go, oh, here he is, the Urban Legend. I made that up, of course. I'm making my husband an apron immediately, says Ruth. Okay, results vary. Ruth, I would just like to say results do vary, and I make no claims. But, you know, it certainly can't hurt. Yes, yes, it's a uniform. It's a uniform. I love it, Ruth. I love it. Right, I wanted to just quickly talk about quilt waddings. We're starting with 80-20. 80-20. Now, if you use no other wadding for the rest of your life, 80-20 will always work. It's a lovely all-rounder. Good morning, Rebecca Harrison, my darling. When am I seeing you next? I miss you. This one is 228 centimetres wide, which is like a fraction over, is it 100? 228? 90 inches wide. 90 inches wide, right. Yeah, good basic width, this one. 80-20, 80% cotton, drapable, thin, quilts easily, nice and stable, nice and soft. The 20% polyester just gives it a little extra loft so that your quilting will pop. It also improves the sort of washability of it, and it'll keep its loft when you wash it. So a really good all-rounder. I use 80-20 for the majority of my quilts. Now this is the 90-inch wide. We've also got it in a bit wider than that. I'll just show you the details for that. And it really depends what size quilts you do. That one's fine for quilts up to about 82 to 84 inches wide, because you want 2 or 3 inches either side. Now the details we've got on the screen, this is 315 centimetres wide. That's 124 inches wide, so that's going to do up to Super King. If you make lots of things that are about 55 or 60 wide though, that's a good option because you can split it down the middle and you've got very usable widths either side. Now next up we've got 100% polyester. I never thought for a moment that I would extol the virtues of polyester quilt wadding. And in the old days, I wouldn't have, because in the old days, it was like a duvet, wasn't it? It was very, very thick. It was about this sort of thick, like this kind of thickness, 2 ounce or 4 ounce wadding. This is not that stuff at all. This is about the same thickness as an 80-20. So it's got that lovely drape to it. It's still very drapeable. It is super stable, it is super washable, no shrinkage whatsoever. If you make quilts that are going to be washed a lot, like children's quilts, baby quilts, very, very suitable. It's also very good for wall hangings because polyester has a little bit more structure to it, a little less drape than cotton. So this will hold its shape nicely. Now this is a 90-inch wide, this one. But we've also got it in an extra wide. This again is 124 inches wide. Look at the price, $5.99 for 124 inch wide polyester. Great for bag making too. Where quilt batting might be a little floppy, polyester will just give you a little bit more loft. Now next up we've got 100% cotton. So 100% cotton, this is your thinnest batting. So this is particularly good if you want a really lovely drapey quilt, bed quilt. If you love a more antique-y look to your quilts, your bed quilts, so they're sort of very thin, or if you're making like summer weight quilts as well, because it's such a thin batting. It's still very, very stable. It's needle punched. You can still quilt this up to 8 inches apart, whereas your 80/20 you can go about up to 10 inches wide, but still 8 inches wide, pretty good. Still very washable. Very, very washable, but it's a much thinner. This is 90 inches wide. We've also got that in the extra wide, 124 inches. Yeah, so that is 124 inches wide. So again, as I say, if you make wall hangings that are around about 55 to 60 inches, go for this option because you'll get 2 lots out of the width. Right. This one, 50% cotton, 50% bamboo. So this is what we might call an eco blend. So this is a mix. So you've got the cotton, so you've got that lovely drapeable, washable. Then you've got 50% bamboo. Bamboo is very, very soft. It's hypoallergenic. It's also requires a lot less in terms of water, pesticides, insecticides, things like that. So it's a more environmentally friendly fibre, which we like. We like that. It is still very thin and drapeable, so it's going to give you a similar effect to your 100% cotton battings. Thin, drapeable, lighter, good for summer or warmer climates. Good in warmer climates, which feels like Britain right now. That's 90 inch wide for £5.49. We've also got the extra wide, 124 inches wide. £7.99 for that. Now, the last one that I'm going to show you. Now, this is actually probably the best quilt batting for the British climate, and it is 100% wool. It is a wool wadding. Now, wool waddings, do you know what? I'm amazed at that price. I've got to say, I am absolutely amazed at that price, because wool wadding is usually much more expensive than cotton, and it's what puts a lot of people off. Give this a try at this price. It's amazing. So why is wool so good for the British climate? Well, for the same reason that sheep do so well in the British climate, because generally it is quite cold and quite damp and quite sort of, you know, temperate, shall we say. It's breathable. It's fire resistant. It is just very suited to our damp, cold climate. It will keep you warm in the winter. It will keep you cool in the summer. It's a thin, drapey batting as well, and that price is amazing. Normally you could pay, well, easily £100 for a king-size wool batting, or that sort of ballpark figure. So to be getting it for £6.49 per half metre, if you've never tried wool wadding, get yourself a half metre, try it in a few projects, see how you get on. And it does not have a woolly smell. It just smells clean and fresh. All right, before we go, I just want to mention H250. This is an interfacing. This is by the half metre. We often need interfacing. This is a medium going towards the heavier. So I know it's been put on screen as a firm. I would class this as a medium firm. Yeah, so you could definitely use this for things like plackets on shirts, Cuffs are not going to be super stiff, but it's about right for cuffs and collars, but not really hard. But you could also use this in bag making. This would be really good. In fact, I'm going to keep this out because Becky's back with her bag and I know she needs some interfacing. We'll hang on to that. What a lovely hour. Well done if you managed to get yourself one of those brand new Extrawide backings. Amazing. I'm going to be on the phone in the break ordering mine. I'll see you with Becky Alexander Frost after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
I always get excited, Becky, when you bring a new bag. But this is your favourite bag. Tell me why, the walk with me.
Because it's got a lot of pockets. I like organising. But you don't have to make all the pockets on the outside at all. I'm going to do the one side with all the pockets and then one side plain.
Fabulous. Pockets here with popper on the front. Oh, with a magnetic snap. Oh, that's lovely. Both sides you can do the same or vary. You've got the deep zip in the top, and look at these. Oh, it's all so beautiful, so professional looking. This is that use it everyday bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is literally your grab and go.
It is, yeah. I actually do use it. If I've not got my laptop case with me, I've got mine.
Yeah. Perfect size, perfect shape, and all those pockets to stay organised. Buffy, your bags are always so super professional.
Thank you.
They look amazing. If you want a professional bag, you can't get a better pattern than Rebecca Alexander Frost. Rebecca. To give you your full title. Well, a number of people have messaged in today to Rebecca, and I'm like, who? What?
What?
Oh, yes, you. Fred. You mean Fred. Got very formal. Right, pattern on its own. Pattern on its own. So you can source your own metalware, things like that. £13.50 for this. Remember, this is that bag you're going to make again and again and again. Different fabrics, different styles. It doesn't really matter what time of year, and it doesn't matter if you're making it now or in 10 years' time.
And you can make to sell.
You can make to sell?
Yeah, that's my angel policy. Just don't overproduce it.
Fantastic. Yeah, no factory production. No, don't do that. But make and sell is cool.
Yeah,
for profit.
For profit, yeah.
Love it. Love that. £13.50 for the pattern. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. We've also got, as an alternative, pattern with hardware. So now, just talk me through the hardware, because there looks like an awful lot of hardware in there for the money.
Right, okay, so you get the pattern with the templates. You get the bias binding, which is for the, and it's satin bias binding for the edge of the pockets. You've got the handmade tag, which is that bit there.
Such a lovely finish.
Yeah, and then you've got the general bag strap fittings, magnetic snaps, zip end, the zip which does the 3 zips and your new zip pulls.
I know, did you see those? Look, let me just show you. There are 3 zips on the bag, so there's a zip like this on either side and a zip along the top, and they all have this fabulous exclusive.
For now, yeah.
Look, we've not seen this before. You get this here. What a statement. I love that. I love that.
The good thing about the bag is you don't have to, I know you get 3 of those, but you don't have to use all 3 zips, because on my own personal bag, I've only got 1 zip on the outside and 1 zip on the top. The one on the back, I've saved that pull for something else.
Yeah, use it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, just gorgeous. So all of your hard, and often that is the hardest thing, isn't it, to source and get all of those bits and bobs that you need for a bag together. And also, Becky, you know, you really go that extra mile with things like the handmade tag and the zip charms
I've
as
even
well.
put in the plastic base, which stabilises the bag.
Love that, love that. And your zips are absolutely gorgeous. But it is those things that make a bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
The amount of samples that I had sent from manufacturers, and I went with one manufacturer because I rejected loads. Yeah.
You've got to have the best. That is going really, really fast. If you want to grab your pattern with the hardware, you'll need to be quick. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Brand new today, the Walk With Me bag. Walk with me. Walk this way. Now, what about some fabric bundles? Let's start with the one that our finished sample is made. This is everyday, but everyday extraordinary, isn't it? This is everyday beautiful. Okay, so for this, the deal. Now, producer Ben has checked this price about 5 times, and he keeps saying to me, I'm sure this price isn't right. I'm sure this price isn't right, but it is right. So you're getting massive chunk of PU vegan leather. Then you get your accent fabric for your outer pockets and shoulder strap. And then you also get all of your lining fabrics.
So you'll get 2 bags out of the PU, 2 bags out of the lining, but you only get 1 bag out of that. So,
2 bags?
Yes. If you really cut it like quite close together.
Yeah. Imagine you're working in a factory. No waste.
No waste.
So then you could just substitute half a metre. Is that half a metre?
Yeah, that's half a metre.
Yeah, so just a half a metre of your favourite Cape or Anna or Tula or whatever you fancy. Love that. $29.99. And yes, Ben, the price is right. But that's incredible, isn't it, to get 2 bags out of that?
Yeah.
Love that. If that price is right, you don't want to be wrong. I need a cup of tea. That's our first bundle. Second bundle, you're going to be demoing in the pink.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. So you get your, this shade is beautiful. This is your PU. This is your PU. Then this is your glorious pattern fabric, pink poppies. I absolutely love that. And then your lining, just fresh and girly.
Very me.
Very you.
Yeah.
Very you. This is lovely, isn't it?
It is. I like the feel of your PU.
Yeah, it's so soft, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Easy to sew.
Yeah, you, with bag making, you will have to stabilise that. So that's with an interface in, because it has got a stretch, because it's a fashion PU, so you can make bomber jackets out of it.
It's amazing stuff.
Yep.
Have you made a bomber jacket?
No.
Not yet.
No. I have got one cut out, and not in PU.
Have you?
Yeah.
Nice, I like it.
It's been cut out for 2 years.
Oh. Okay, well, I hear you. I can't judge, I've done the same. So that's our second bundle, and then our third bundle. This might be my personal favourite. I do love a bit of grello. So you have got this beautiful sort of mid-century modern print. Really, really like that. That's for your accents. You've got your lining fabric in that solid sort of light silvery grey, and then this beautiful, again, so versatile, go anywhere, deep elephant grey PU faux leather for the outside of the bag.
They match that quite well, haven't they? Really?
It's gorgeous, yeah. The whole combination's beautiful. Really smart, really smart. So we've a few other bits and bobs, but we'll get to those later in the show. Becky, make me a bag.
Right, okay. So I'm going to start off with the front and back panel, and with the front and back panel you've got your outer slip pockets. So on the pattern pieces it tells you to cut one side, so you've got a B side and an A side.
Okay.
With your B side, make sure you cut up on the one way on both your lining and your outer, and then flip it over and then repeat the same for this one. And just do that with your interfacing as well, because if you don't do that with your interfacing, it will be stuck on the wrong.
It won't fit either.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to pop those. I always get this mixed up. I drew some awkward shapes. There you go. You're going to pop them wrong sides together, and you're going to sew less than 1/4 inch along the top edge. So that's the diagonal edge.
Ah, okay, so wrong sides together, pretty side out.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because we've got some binding in there.
We're binding, of course we are. I love the shape of this pocket.
I did it because phones are all different sizes and shapes.
Yes.
But I also did it because my umbrella fits in perfectly. My little thin umbrella fits in perfectly, and it doesn't stick above the actual bag. But it's also got a recess main zip closure, so that is a recess, so you can balance the whole point of a zip, a recess, is so you can put your umbrella on top.
Is that the whole point of them? Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I read that in one of the, I've got a book on anatomy on bags.
The anatomy of a bag?
Yeah, it's one of those fashion expert
I love
books.
that.
Yeah, so.
I need that book. And you're using a walking foot?
I'm using a walking foot, standard walking foot, that comes with this machine. Right, okay.
So you just go across the top?
Yeah, I'm just basting it, but I've just gone a bit more than basting. Right. Okay, so you got your binding, it's in one piece. My binding's a different colour to yours because I just completely ran out and I had just enough for the kits. So.
But it's like a sort of deep charcoal satin, isn't it?
Yeah, nice and soft. Okay, so you're going to open up your bindings, right side facing down. And you are going to just line those up nicely. On the top.
So you open this out before you?
Yeah, I only like to see one type of stitching, one stitch on, and then I'm just going to sew along that edge there.
In the fold?
In the fold, yeah.
Okay.
So.
Because for a lot of us that only ever use binding to bind quilts, this is a new skill.
I use it sometimes on my inside of bags and stuff, especially on slip pockets, just for a bit of stabilisation. So, because sometimes slip pockets can be a bit flimsy.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need an iron, by the way.
I do, please, thank you.
Okay, let me get that set up for you. I've suddenly remembered. Lynn says, this bag is so versatile. It's like a mini TARDIS.
It
Ask
is.
me how I know.
She's made one, probably. Right.
Let me just think, where did we plug this in? Was it down? It was
plug
down
adapter
there,
down
wasn't
there.
it? I will be
down.
back. I will be back. There we go.
Thank you.
I'm back.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to fold that over and clip that into place. Is there water in there?
Tiny bit.
Okay,
Tiny bit.
should be fine.
Do you want a bit of steam then?
Yeah, for the fusible fleece, because you do the fusible fleece at a certain stage.
Okay.
Okay, so you can sew from this side, but I personally like to sew from that side, and I like to do about 1/8 of an inch away from where we originally attached it. So
on the binding.
On the binding, and I personally lengthen my stitch as well to a stitch length number 3. On it go, there you go. And fingers crossed, you should be catching the back.
Becky, your top stitching blows my mind. It is so immaculate.
I can't top stitch well here because it's a bit too high for me, but...
Well, if that's not good top stitching, then hey, it's beautiful.
Do you know the trick to top stitching?
Tell me, please.
I've been teaching this. I actually don't look at the needle.
Right.
I look at somewhere on my foot and use my foot as my guide.
Look at this. It's immaculate, isn't it?
And I always say try and be over the top of the machine.
Right.
Rather than right on.
You sew standing up all the time, don't you? You get a good view there. That is lush.
I've had to have a table built because I'm really short. So my table, this is standard kind of height.
Okay.
Quite close to standard height, but mine is a lot lower.
Yeah.
For short people.
Built for you.
Yeah. Right, okay, so we're just going to open it up and attach the magnetic snap now. Please bear with me.
Bear with.
Bear with. Where's my
Sharon
bag?
says, this is a brilliant bag to make and give as presents. I've made quite a few of them.
Oh, that's
Love
great.
that. Marcia says, this is lovely. It is a lovely, lovely bag.
Right, so you're going to measure in from the side and then up. So, sorry, I count. So, just bear with me. This is where my dyslexia come in. We were on the dyslexia conversation
We
earlier on.
were.
Yeah, so.
What do you want? That's 5.5.
Yeah, that's 5.5. Okay.
But just we were talking about how creativity always finds a way to shine through and actually often is enhanced.
Yeah. Yeah, I see 3D stuff and I can kind of take it apart and rebuild it again.
Which I really struggle with.
Yeah, no, my husband says the same, but he's like my maths person. He does all my maths. All right, quick unpick. There it is.
Yeah, I can't see anything in 3D.
Can't you?
Nope. I'm terrible and I'm useless at reading maps or finding my way anywhere.
Oh no.
You're brilliant at that.
Yeah. It's like that right thing or that left thing. You always look for a landmark on your left or your right and then you just follow that, don't you?
See, you know all the secrets. I need to spend more time with you.
They taught that in, you know, Duke of Edinburgh at school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, okay, so I've just drawn through the washer, the 2 slits. And I've popped a pin at the top where the 2 washer slits markings are, and I'm just going to pop a hole in with my quick unpick.
Cool. Marcia says that sewing machine is brilliant.
It is.
It's lush, isn't it? Which one is it?
780 plus.
780 plus from Elna. Lovely. Princess has sent in a picture of her version of this bag. We'll get that up, Princess, don't you worry. Bex has said, oh, what can I say? You've done it again, Becky. Fabulous bag.
Thank you. There is a YouTube video, sew along video for this one as well. So, right, so I've just popped the male part of the snap going through. Then you're going to grab a piece of, where have I put mine? That bit of wadding or scrap H640.
And that's through the lining part?
Yeah, that's through the lining. You're just going to cut 2 little slits for it. And then you're going to pop that on there. So mine's a bit too big, so I'm just going to have to snip that down.
Half the stock's gone. Half the stock of the hardware and the pattern, yep, gone.
Then you're going to pop the washer on top. Now, it doesn't matter if you're an innie or an outie. I'm not one of those people that says, oh, it must go inside or outie. I've got no strength.
Do you want me to push it open?
Yeah, I can't do it. Sorry, I have to get my husband to do it at the moment.
Oh, they're little as well, though, aren't they? They're a little bit...
I've got the manufacturers to make little ones because I'm going to show you, if you buy large ones, I'm going to show you what I do next.
Let me just...
It's all right, you've done it now.
Is that enough?
Yeah, that's it.
You sure?
Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
I think I've got permanent dents in my thumbs.
They're little because these prongs can cut your fabric. So if you don't cover them up, they will cut your fabric. So just use a bit of like gaffer tape or...
Top tips from us too.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to trim those back. And I'm just going to base stitch all the way around the sides that are...
So that's why you didn't base the sides.
Yeah.
You see, you've got to watch the demo, Stuart. You've got to watch the demo. Marcia says, this is about the sewing machine. I think I absolutely have to have one. These tips I appreciate so much.
Oh,
aren't they good?
You're welcome. And the machine is excellent. I've got this machine and I've got the 720.
Yeah, you insist on that machine, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I think it's because it gives me extra light and it's very precise and it screams at me if I'm doing something wrong.
Right.
Which I do
and
like.
A huge working area.
Yes.
Deep throat space.
I don't have to always have my, because that's wider than normal.
Very wide, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have to have my extension bed on. Right, okay, so I've got that on. We're going to go on to making the body bit. So you're going to get your body
Desperate
pieces.
to iron something.
Not yet. Eager beaver.
I know.
Okay, so in the original pattern, the blue bag on the front of the pattern, it's illusional because I haven't done I've only done one outside zip pocket, but on the back I haven't done it, so I'm going to assemble it as I've done on that one. But you can use the same process on to make the zip pocket on both. Right, okay, so you're going to get this and you're going to match it up to whichever one, so it's this one. And it always has to be the bigger piece and it's always the smaller side. So you're going to clip that at the bottom. Keep the clips away. I'm going to stay for a little bit longer afterwards and watch the Moxie.
Oh, you're tempted, aren't you?
I am. I so am.
Because you quilt all your quilts.
Yeah, I quilt it on a frame and the frame's not big enough. Not for how much I use
At the moment you're using a Gracie frame and a domestic sewing machine.
Yeah. And
what's the downside with that?
The throat space, you're limited. By the time you finish the quilt and you come down to the bottom, you're down to like 2 to 3 inches quilt space.
Because it's filling up the right,
And especially if you've got pentagrams that are, someone asked what a pentagram was earlier on, did you?
A pantograph, yeah.
Yeah, pentagraph, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, call them pentagrams. So, yeah, I always buy the ones where you work with the machine at the back manually. And mine can sometimes be 6 inches, so I have to cut them down manually in my head and make sure I'm not just, it's a faff. Right, okay, so base stitch that. We're not going to put the female on yet. That comes at a later stage. That's the magnetic snap part. So we're going to pop these right sides together. And what you should have is an overhang at the bottom on this piece here, and the bottom piece should overhang at the top. If you haven't got that, then it's not going to match up.
Like just a little tiny triangle?
Yeah, dog ears.
Dog ears.
Now I'll just quickly do the same with this one because we're going to need it for the next
You know,
step.
when you're sewing PU, do you have to use a special needle or anything, different size?
I use a size 16 when I'm bag making because you're going to come across bulky
So is that a
parts.
90 or 100?
It's 100.
100, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I do the American part.
Cool.
So yeah, I do a size 1600, and basically I use that because you're going to come across bulk. I use only a universal, don't use the leather, because the leather's got a point and it's got a jaggedness around it, and it can rip the PU over time.
So just a universal needle is absolutely fine for PU, and use a size 100 or a 16, so quite a thick needle.
Quite a thick needle, because you then can basically go through the bulk when it comes to all the seams when they come together.
Yeah.
A walking foot, Teflon foot. So
just
needed.
So useful, yeah. What is it, 3/8 of an inch seam allowance?
3/8 of an inch seam allowance unless otherwise stated.
Cool. Catherine's got in touch to say, I love the tip about not watching the needle. I was told by a dressmaker, you don't need to watch the needle as it knows what it's doing.
Yep. And the feed
It's good that
dogs.
someone does, eh?
Yeah, and the feed dogs know what they're doing. If they don't, if it's not feeding it correctly, then it means that there's something wrong, and it means that your top stitching is going to be off.
Yeah,
So-
don't be pulling it through.
So as it is, I'm using the guides here now for my 3/8. You'd be surprised how many people didn't know that in my online sewing school.
What was that?
The guides, how to use the
Oh,
guides. Because you've got some diagonal guides on this for 45-degree angles.
Like it?
Yeah,
So often we don't get to know our machines as well as we should.
No, we don't, no. Right, so you're going to push the seam towards the smaller piece. Now you're going to top stitch 1/8 of an inch away. When I'm top stitching this, I'm knocking my top stitching up to a 3.5 to a 4. So I'm going to a 3.5. And we haven't pressed it yet because it's PU.
You said to me earlier on you love using Sewing Street PU.
Yeah. It's soft. It's nice. It goes through your machine without screaming at you. And basically, you can do just more than bag making with it as well.
Oh, it's lovely. Gorgeous. The colour combo is great, isn't it? I love that grey binding there.
Yeah.
It's just lovely. So you're repeating the process on the other side, but you've missed out the
I've missed out the pocket. So this is what I did on my own personal one, because I didn't want all the pockets on the outside, but you get all the hardware and everything in the kits to do the pocket on the outside and on both sides. But I'm just doing this to speed it up.
Because you've got enough PU and enough lining fabric to make 2 bags, and you've got 3 zip pulls and enough zip for 3. So you could mix and match, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. You can. And personally, like I was saying before we came on air, I wouldn't, there's 3 zips in there. Those zip pulls are so expensive to buy because they've been manufactured by and designed by me.
Yep.
I basically, I wouldn't personally put them on the back.
No.
No, I would only put one on the front and one on the top, and then keep that spare one for another project.
For sure.
Yeah. Right, okay, so we've got the base. We're going to do a bit of drawing on it. So.
And you mentioned you've interfaced all of these.
Yeah, anything, any of the PU, if you're bag making, needs to be interfaced.
And what kind of interfacing do you recommend? We've got H250.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That one is.
Yeah?
So
Awesome.
as long as it's an iron on.
We'll put some details in a second, in a few minutes for the interfacing, but we've got it on the show. It's just the, well, it was on the last hour, in fact, right at the very end.
Was it?
Yeah.
Cool. Right, okay, so I'm just drawing on the lines that are needed. All the measurements are on the pattern.
Friction pen for this?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can use a biro, but a friction pen is. Yeah, I know.
Kidding. I use all sorts. It's dreadful.
Me
isn't it?
too. Me too. I use a pencil sometimes if I can't find anything.
Yeah.
Like a pencil for doing my half square triangles. Right. So you need to find the centre of the 2 long edges.
My mum was always a great one for writing notes in lip liner or eyebrow pencil.
What, on the mirror?
Well, no, just on paper, because often that was, you know, that was the first pencil that she would grab.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, okay, so you need to find at the bottom the centres, but before we go any further, we're just going to trim some of this seam just out of the seam area on the top and the bottom. Okay.
Oh, this is a nice message. This is a bit like, because you and your mum sewed a lot together, didn't you? You learned a lot from your mum. Marcia said, what a dream. A long way from Singer, the sewing machine, I think. I attended a community in school's night class for beginners and intermediate along with my mum. I was 9 and I went with her because there was no babysitter. So I joined in and decided to learn everything from my mum. It's good advice, that.
It is, yeah.
Learn everything from your mum when you can. She was an excellent seamstress and made all my incredible majorette baton twirling uniforms, each one of a kind. Marsha, I need to see the pictures or video. Fabulous.
Right, okay, so I'm just finding the centre of the 2 outer edges, and that's just on the bottom.
So you've popped a tiny snip.
Yeah, just in the seam allowance. Okay, and then you're going to match up your centres from your base.
That doesn't fit.
No.
I've got the whole gallery shouting in my ear now. That doesn't fit. Did you hear? It doesn't fit.
No, there's a reason for that, because we're going to take the bulk out the seams.
Oh, okay.
So we're sewing from that triangle point there. We're not going past that part, and we're sewing to there, and we're back stitching to and from there. And you'll see it come together. Probably not.
I mean, I knew there was a reason. I point it out because have you ever been working with a pattern and you panic? Because none of us read the pattern from start to finish before we start sewing.
I don't.
So how many times have we got to a point where we thought, well, this can't be the right piece, it's supposed to be the same length, why doesn't it fit? So that's why I did that.
No. I heard everybody else in the gallery.
I trust you. I know you designed this pattern. But trust the process,
I'll show you. Once we've got the 1 zip on.
Cool.
So make sure you definitely stop on those points. And then you're going to peel it back, and you're going to snip to where that stitch mark is.
Okay.
It's to get you a nice flat bottom.
Nice flat
which
bottom.
I need. Okay, so you're just going to finger press and crease in that area, or you can mark it. I've got a special pen which marks on PU and rubs off on PU.
Oh, okay.
So don't use an ordinary pen.
Right.
Whenever I can find it. So you're just going to make a dot. Okay, and then you're just going to top stitch between those 2 marks there and make sure you back stitch. But you can just finger crease it, or put a little pen mark, it doesn't matter if you're making it for yourself. Top stitching with 3.5. Oh, jumped out. Did the safety mechanism there, did you see it? So the walking foot jumped out of the black box.
Oh, I see.
So basically I was going over a little bulky area, and it was telling me the machine wouldn't cope until you click it back in. Right, okay, so I've done that side, and you just repeat the same process on the other side. Oh.
Easy, tiger.
Easy. Match that up. And we're sewing between the 2 edges.
What did we do before quilters clips, Becky?
Oh, I don't know. I love quilters clips. Saves so much time. With leather work, I used to use bulldog clips, and it used to be a nightmare getting off, but I actually use wonder clips now. So
I used to sometimes use the the hair clips that snap.
Yeah.
Used to use those for binding, you know.
That
but
you can still get those,
through.
can't you, for binding?
Yeah.
Yeah. I must admit, I used to use those until Wonder Clips. Okay.
$14.99 for a pack of 100.
Cheap.
Such ease, you make everything look so smooth. Says
Don't forget
Marsha.
to do the snips into the seam though.
Don't forget those.
No.
Steph says, I never read a pattern completely before I start sewing. Steph, who does?
No.
You just want to get on with it. However, you should often, because it pinpoints difficult bits or gives you tips. It's true. We all know it.
We do.
But we still don't do it. What's that all about?
It's like when you get something new electrical at home, it says, I'll read the manual. You never
Yes,
do.
who does that?
I kind of do, actually.
Do you?
Yeah. Husband always laughs at me. Right, top stitching on that bit, and then I'm going to get you to fuse some fusible fleece onto it.
No worries. Now, Becky, when you get your Moxie, you will read the manual, won't you?
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we've got the Moxie and the Moxie with Pro Stitcher, which Becky is all over, I think it's fair to say.
Mm-hmm.
You're a bit tempted, aren't you?
I am indeed.
We've got that coming up at 11 o'clock until 1, so we've got a 2-hour special. Very excited about that.
Right, okay, so you've got that bit done. I'm just going to get the fusible fleece and...
Oh, it's starting to make sense to me now, Becky.
So, but we won't get onto this next bit, but you would sew your side seams.
Yeah.
And you're probably wondering why have I done those bits. So you would sew your side seams. And this is why the base doesn't match up. Because your so when you pull this, it comes out neatly.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that will be sewn.
Yes.
And you will just sew over those points, and you will just go slightly onto where that crease is, and you will get a perfect bottom.
Got you.
So
that is the secret to getting a perfect bottom.
Yep. Right. Okay. I just need to cut off the squares.
Okay.
From this. Yep. So you'll fold your fusible fleece in half, so the glues are right sides together, and you are going to do this big rule. Is he having his food?
Okay, say again.
Is he having food?
He is. He is. He's planning his lunch. This is our producer, Ben. He's just talking about food in our ears. It's not fair, though, is it, really? Bread and butter pudding. You can't have bread and butter pudding for your lunch. Well, that's true, you can. I'm saying it like I've never had bread and butter pudding for my lunch.
I don't like bread and butter pudding.
Don't you?
No.
Who are you?
Who are you?
What are you?
No.
Oh, no. And my mum used to make the best bread pudding.
Oh, right, okay.
The cake,
oh,
you know.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so just going to trim those off while it's still folded. And that's obviously going to be around the areas that...
Fab to see two such aficionados of the bag making world together. Oh, bless you.
Bless.
Lots of tips, great demo and gorgeous bag.
Thank you. That needs fusing on, so...
No problem.
Here it is.
Just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
Just there.
Yeah.
Will
and I'll
do.
just prep the zip while you're doing that.
Okie dokie.
So, your zip pulls don't come on to your zips. So I'm just going to show you how to put a zip pull on. Probably been shown this quite a few times, and there's quite a few gadgets out there, but I'm personally still a person that puts it on manually. So you open it up, make sure your teeth are levelled off. So I've got one tooth that's longer on one edge, so I'm just going to trim that off. Okay, so make sure your teeth are levelled off, and you're going to get your zip pull, and your zip pull has got a triangle piece, and that has got like a little bar at the front. The bar at the front is what feeds onto the actual zip. So you're going to pop your zip at an angle, a 45-degree angle, open up your zip a bit, pop the tape through, and you're matching, making sure it's level, and then you're just going to hear a click. So, and then you're just going to push it on. So that's how you
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of message that I live for,
Okay,
Becky, from Marsha. I could eat nothing but bread pudding forever.
No way.
Marsha, I think we might have been separated at birth.
With lemon yogurts, I can eat them all the time. I can sub that for any food.
I'm unmoved. I'm unmoved by lemon yogurt, I'm sorry. Lemon curd yogurt.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Doing a lot of ironing here, and I'm not sure whether it's fusing or not.
I don't think it is fusing. Do you want some water?
Well, let's just see.
Shall I move on to the actual inside zip part?
Is it fusing? No, it's not.
No. You need water in it.
You need steam.
You definitely need steam.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna just work on this edge.
You sure?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Right. Okay. So the first thing you're gonna do is work out where your snap falls. So you're gonna indent it, and the little bit that sticks out will indent it, and you're gonna get your female part of the actual. Your female part, and your female part comes with a cap. Take the cap off and the plastic, because that's just to protect so it doesn't get scratched.
Okay.
Then you're going to get your washer, pop that over where it makes the indent, and then draw on your 2 slits. Oh no! I've used biro as well.
Oh, really? Won't that come off now?
No, so never use biro.
Oh, it all happens on live telly, doesn't it? Hey, you should sign that now. You need to turn that into something.
Oh no, it will come off.
Oh man.
Washing up liquid will get it off.
Will it?
Yeah, it will come off. Oops. Right. Okay. So where the slits are, you're just going to cut into it slightly. And then you're going to get your female part and pop that through. Are they taking the mick out of me now?
No.
No. It's because it's not fused.
Charlie just witters to himself sometimes. Nobody listens.
It's quite funny standing right next to you because you can hear them.
Oh, can you? I wondered. Oh, it's a new one and it's extra loud, so I hear every word. Honestly, can you hear them?
Yeah, I can.
Charlie and Ben, when they get together, have we got the camera in the gallery?
We
don't
need
have
the
it.
camera.
No, don't we? Oh, Ben's really disappointed. I wanted you to see the 2 naughty boys and what we have to contend with. Oh.
Right, okay, so I've just popped the washers on and that. So I would put some tape over the top.
Yeah, that is my takeaway from today. And washing up liquid to remove biro.
Yeah, don't use biro, guys. Right, okay,
well,
so
the other thing that you can get that off with is hand sanitizer gel on a Q-tip.
Yeah, but you got to be careful because sometimes they have a coating.
Oh, on PU.
Yeah,
because I've used it on leather.
As long as it's not the alcohol.
Right.
If it's non-alcoholic one, then
right.
Alcoholic. So it's got.
We know what you mean.
If it's got alcohol in it, don't use it on the PU.
Oh, because it removes the coating.
Yeah. It might.
Okay.
So it might remove some of the waterproofness of it.
Oh, okay. It makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So the next thing you're going to do, is get your pocket lining. And you're going to find the centre of this side here. And you're going to snip into the seam allowance. And then you're going to go and find the centre of this. So your one edge is longer than side, so you're going to go with the shortest. You're going to find the centre. Okay, so you're going to need some non-stick tape. I've gone and taken off the stickiness of the tape that I've got here, so it's not exactly that sticky anymore. And you're going to measure in. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, it's one measurement, I always forget this one. Da, da, da. 1.5. I was right. 1.5. So 1.5. My 13.5 on my actual marking is my half, my centre. Fold that in half. And because we're using PU, you are not meant to pin. So you have to use a non-stick or a non-tack one. So I've taken the tackiness off that.
Yeah.
Then you're going to draw a rectangle from the edge.
Charlie, can I just ask, did you get Princess Maya's picture of her bag? Did you send it to the studio email address? Oh, we got it. You got it. Ben's got it.
It's got cats on it.
Here it is. Actually, oh, loving that.
That's real leather. So she made that out of real leather.
Real leather.
Yeah.
That's stunning. Is that rose gold?
Yeah, she likes the rose gold.
Oh, yummy. Oh, and this is Lynn's version, which is dazzling. That's lush. What do you think?
It's cool. It's purple.
Really cool. We love purple.
It's amazing.
Yummy.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to sew all the way around that box on the actual lines.
On the line. Normal stitch length?
Yeah, I'm going to do a 2.4.
Okay. It is fascinating, I think, to see the process of bag making because it's so different to everything else.
Yeah.
All the same skills, basically, but totally different application.
Same templates are all out there, but it's what you make when you can convert it into.
Amazing.
Yeah, and we all have our own different techniques, different ideas, different ways of doing it. No way is the right way, a wrong way, shall I say. So just go with what you know best.
Yeah, yeah. And get the results you want.
Yeah. I always say the pattern is there just as a guide. It's not there. It's not there to be gospel.
Right.
So, yeah, the shape and how much seam allowance and the sizes that you cut out are gospel, but you can do anything to a bag and make it more unique to you.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, so I've done that. You're not really meant to use this type of tape, but I took the stickiness off. Okay, so you're going to cut into this, and then you're going to cut into the corners. Don't be shocked.
It is a bit of a like, oh, hold me moment though, isn't it? It's like steeking and then cutting into it.
So I'm cutting to about 1/2 inch away, and then I'm going right into that corner, but not into the stitches.
Okay.
And one thing I'm going to do is eliminate the fusible fleece in that section. So if you don't eliminate this part of the fusible fleece, what will happen is you'll see this on the bag. So if you pass me the bag,
yeah,
you won't be able to get a neat roll. You'll get some of this fabric pointing out. So if you want the fabric pointing out, you can do.
Okay, because I quite like that.
Yeah, like piping if you want to. So basically you just got your scissors at a slant and you're just basically snipping away
Oh, okay. Just get rid of that little bit in the seam allowance.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Small sharp scissors.
Yeah. Which Becky didn't pack. There you go.
Oh, I thought I saw a pair of small scissors. Do you want some small ones?
No, I'd
You
nearly
got
finished it now.
Yeah.
Thanks anyway.
No worries.
I'll struggle.
I'll watch you.
It's because it's tiny area.
But in real life, we do all these things, don't we? We don't always have the right thing with us
No.
there, and then sometimes we do squiggle over our work with biro.
So gutted with that. On national TV as well. On TV.
I've done worse, don't worry about it. What's the worst thing you've ever done?
What, on TV?
Is it that?
No. Right, so back in the day, we're on Sewing Quilter.
Yeah.
The previous channel.
Back in day.
Back in day.
Back in day.
I was working for another pattern designer. So I was a media person and I was coming on to demonstrate her bag and totally messed up. I made it. I did it all back to front and that. And she was messaging me, my phone was in my pocket, it just kept vibrating.
On air. I love that. Get off.
She goes, I'm never sending you again. She was joking.
Yeah.
Right,
But
so I've turned
never
that.
did.
No, she did. Right, okay, so I turned it right side facing out, but onto the wrong side of the bag panel. I'm going to just tell you a trick. Obviously, we're not going to get that much further, but because this keeps rolling.
Yeah.
Can't press it.
No.
Because I know. Quilter's tape.
Oh, you love it.
So
you own the company?
No, I wish.
You did.
I wish. Right, so I'm going to stick quilter's tape, and this is temporary on either side of the two long edges on the
Oh, we're not going to
fleece.
leave it in?
No, not
Okay.
these bits anyway.
Right.
And you will find that it won't want to stick properly on fleece. But you're going to pull this until you've rolled that edge and stick that into place. And then that will stick there until you do the next few steps.
It's a lovely tip. I like that a lot.
Cut my nails because I was new. There you go. Then you're going to, now they're stuck into place, you're going to do 2 more rows of quilter's tape, Becky's favourite best friend.
Yeah, well, you know, you kind of introduced a lot of us to using this for zips.
Yeah, because I see people struggle with pins and it's like, there's got to be a better way, there's got to be a better way.
And who wants to baste?
No.
Not many people now.
No, not these days. Okay, so once that's stuck down, you're going to get your zip. And before you peel off that, just ignore that at the moment. Oh. Also, we're not going to get to this part. You're going to peel off the backing, feed that on top. Make sure your zip pull goes downwards to open up. You don't want it to be down at the bottom. And you've got to fish for that for zip pull. And then you'll stick that into place. Top stitch all the way around. And then you will do exactly the same if you're doing the pockets on this side. And then we will close up the bag, and that's that. With the handmade tag, there is some guide instructions on to put the what measurement to put it on. But remember, use gaffer tape or duct tape on the back.
Right.
For the prongs.
Is that for sort of reinforcement?
It's also to stop your lining from getting cut open with the prongs.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
Tip after tip after tip. Well, you know, but then you've told us how to remove it.
Yeah, washing up liquid, not hand sanitizer.
Not hand
alcohol.
sanitizer.
Yeah, you can use normal hand sanitizer with non-alcohol, which I have to use.
Got you.
You can get that. So yeah.
Because you're allergic to it.
I am.
Yeah.
Anything with alcohol in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you like with a cocktail?
No.
No.
My husband can't even drink either. I get dry pipe.
I'm shocked.
Which we pay a lot for.
I'm shocked. Well, you know, gosh. Let me recap these bags very quickly. Pattern on its own. Pattern on its own. It's a brand new launch today, the Walk With Me bag. Walk with me. Walk with me. It's $13.50. Full instructions in there for how to make your Walk With Me bag. You can make and sell. You can make and sell for charity, for profit. You make this for yourself time and time and time again. It is that take anywhere bag. Roomy, lots of pockets, stylish, and a great place to show off either a fancy fabric or as you've done on the front. Bit of embroidery. Yeah. So, really nice.
With the brother.
Is that in denim?
No, that's actually cork.
Ooh.
Cork fabric.
Ooh, love that. So that's the pattern on its own. Been very, very popular. Now we've also got pattern with hardware. So a great way to get started on that first bag. You've got all your zips in there, your satin bias binding, all of your hardware. You've got the zip ends, you've got the handmade tag, you've got those exclusive zip charms in the shape of bees. You've even got the bag base in there too, all cut for you, plus your pattern for $39.99. Also been very, very popular. And then we've got 3 fabric packs to choose from. These are stonking value because you get enough PU and lining fabric for 2 bags, not 1, and then enough feature fabric for 1 of those bags. So if you want to make 2 bags, just add an extra ½ meter of a feature fabric and you can get 2 bags out of this $29.99. This is the black version. That's the bag you saw completely made. We've also got a lovely soft pink with poppies. This is the one that Becky was demonstrating. Love this version. Pink poppies for outside, you've got your lining, and then you've got that gorgeous soft pink PU. Really beautiful to work with, $29.99. And then the final version of the bag is the Grello. Don't you ever call it Grello? No. Grey and yellow? Grello.
Sounds like Gruffalo.
It does a little bit, a little bit. You've got that lovely sort of Dijon mustard gold print. You've got the light grey for your lining, pure cotton, and then you've got the elephant grey PU. Beautiful, soft, gorgeous quality. $29.99. Becky! Fabulous hour. Thank you so much for that. It's been really lovely to have you back.
Thanks.
And thanks for finishing off the birds and the bees with us and also introducing your brand new bag.
Yep.
When are you back?
August the 7th.
It's a date.
Yeah.
It's a date.
Festival
We'll see you
quilt.
there. Yay. Take care. Good to see you.
No,
We'll
thank
see
you.
soon.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to go to a little break now. When we come back, we're going to have 2 stupendous hours of long arm quilting with Liz from Pinhole Quilting and the brand that I use for my long arm quilting, Handy Quilter. It's the Moxie, but today for the first time with Pro Stitcher Light. This is going to blow your mind and blow your socks off. So stick around and I'll see you after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really, really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hi there, these are the 2 hours I know lots of you have been waiting for. We've got Liz from Pinhole Quilting. Hey Liz, I'll come and join you in 1 second. And the Moxie from Handy Quilter. And today for the first time with Pro Stitcher Light, I am super excited about that. If you've ever wondered about long arm quilting in your own home, your own quilts, and quilting for others, for profit, for pleasure, as a business, stick around. If you want to watch all the demos, we've got tons coming up. We're going to explain what Pro Stitcher is, what it does, why you need it, and you do. Just fab. Liz, we've got some great deals today, haven't we?
We have.
Let's start by introducing the deals that we've got, and then we'll get really stuck into what the Moxie and the Pro Stitcher Light is all about. So here's our really exciting big package that we've got today. Okay, and then we're going to talk and break down the value because truly this is an amazing price. Now I know straight away, I'm going to jump straight in with the price, £10,990. But I want to put this into context. This is for your frame. This is for your Moxie long arm quilter. This is for your Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, Pro Stitcher, the tablet that goes on a long arm quilting machine, like the one that I have, is just a shade under what, Liz?
For the actual Pro Stitcher element itself is just under £11,000.
Just under £11,000. Yep. That is for the tablet.
And the carriage.
And the carriage on your machine. Not the long arm quilting machine, not the frame. That bit. I'm going to need the monitor turning around, please, because I can't read that. I have to read the big one, sorry. I'll read it in 1 second. So that's just to put it into context. This is Pro Stitcher Lite. We'll talk about what the Lite means, but I have the Moxie and the Pro Stitcher Lite, says Leslie and Charles in Tyne and Weir. Yes. It's the best thing I have ever bought, from Leslie.
Yeah.
Leslie, great. I couldn't agree with you more. I have a long arm, I've had one for 9 years, and I tell everybody who will listen, if you're going to buy a long arm and you're even thinking about doing it for other people, get Pro Stitcher or Pro Stitcher Lite, because it's just going to make your life 1,000 times easier and more profitable, but we'll talk about why when we get to Liz. Anyway, so this is the big bundle. You're getting the Moxie, you're getting the frame, you're getting the Pro Stitcher Lite with the carriage. That means that you can do all computer guided long arm quilting, but of course you can also do your free motion quilting, you can do your ruler work, you can do your pantograph work, you can all of that as well. You're also getting a bundle of freebies with this. Liz, the freebies that we get with this, amazing.
Amazing set of freebies, Stuart.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the freebies we get with the Moxie package are, we print out the manual for people.
Yep.
Okay, so it's really important. I love having a printed manual. You're getting the design catalogue. You're getting some, what we call the easy grasp quilt clamps. So that's nice for putting on a quilt temporarily or just doing what we call floating. You get the glide foot too.
Yep, we use that all the time.
Yeah, which is really important for doing computerized.
It is.
You get the extra hand wheel, which you can either put on the backing or on the take-up rail.
Oh, I need one of those.
Yeah, and perfect. I'll get these out in a moment, and we'll go through them in more detail. The Primo Soft spool, a glide spool, and a gift box that you've got on the desk that we can open in a moment.
I will.
Do you want to open that now? Should I come over?
I love gift box. Yes, come over. Love
come
gift
over
box.
and visit. So here in our gift box, we've got. This is very handy. Yeah, because a very large company that sells lots of consumer products. That's blue and yellow symbol. They produce that, and it fits our frames perfectly. So that's good for either your tools or for bits of thread.
Yep.
We've got the comfort grips and the zinger.
Yep.
Okay, and you get a lovely handy quilter bag, which comes in different colours every year. This is the colour this year.
Very nice.
Very
Love
nice colour.
that.
Very
the
nice
turquoise.
colour. Yep. And you get this. I love this one. Help. Help. Hail.
Help.
Hail.
Help.
Help.
My needle broke.
Exactly. What do I do?
I've never ever had a needle break ever.
No,
in
I
9
never
years.
have.
Not one.
But people sometimes hit pins that they've
Yeah.
left on the quilt. So don't do that.
I'm like
so
a surgeon. I count them in. I do seriously.
You count them in,
I
you
count them
out.
in and I count them out again.
Wow.
And before I ever start the machine, I look to make sure that my scissors are either on my zinger or on the magnet, not on the surface of the quilt. I'm obsessive.
Totally. And so before suturing, you always need to make
It's
sure
true.
everything's
It's true.
out. So a little handy quilter light and a bobbin and a handy quilter pen.
Gorgeous.
That all comes in a gift box. But,
Yep.
so this is the kind of these are the standard things actually.
Great.
And then we'll go into the actual package itself. So we get a surge protector because it's very important to protect your Moxie.
Yep.
And also the computer system. And then we've got you've got it. Look.
You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
You got this. Moxie accessory kit. Okay.
Hail. You got this.
Absolutely. And if they haven't got it, we're always there as well.
You are. You're always at the end of the phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful.
So these are the things that you get in here. And I think the important thing to say is that the whole thing about Moxie and also Pro Stitch Your Light is you've got everything to get going.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
So we get an extra foot with the standard accessories. You get your oil every time.
And the standard foot that comes on the machine, that's what you would use for your free motion quilting, but also like ruler work. You don't have to put a special ruler work foot on the machine, do you?
We'd have one that's deeper that I would suggest people do get if they want to do a lot of ruler work.
Yeah.
That deeper profile foot gives you a lot more confidence and security that if you do happen to slip, you don't want to come crashing down on your ruler. So that came along probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and it's been a game changer for ruler work.
No, fair enough, yeah.
So oil to oil your machine,
Yes.
you get all the needles, you get 20 needles, so a new needle for every project.
Again, like 9 years, I still haven't emptied the bottle.
No.
And it's like the magic oil bottle because you put the tiniest drop on every bobbin change, which I do. Again, I promise I do. But I've still got about 1/3 of the bottle left.
Yes.
I don't know how.
I don't know anybody who's actually, unless they've dropped it or got rid of it in the move, has actually needed another one. But anyway, it's true. It's true. And you're religiously oiling it. I know you are. Okay.
I honestly do, because it's so easy to remember to do. It's just every bobbin change.
It is. It is. It's a straightforward thing. So a brush to do that as well.
Yeah.
So if you've got very linty thread, then obviously we'd use our brush. We get the tools, everything you need, including
you get your
bobbins.
special long arm needles as well. Don't use regular sewing machine needles.
No.
They're special needles for a long arm.
I think it's a really important thing to mention actually, Stuart, that the difference between long arm needles and domestic needles is it's designed to go at a very high speed. I mean, it's an 1800 stitches per minute machine.
Love that.
And some of the other ones, like the one you have, is even faster. So we need something that's an industrial level quality machine needle.
Super fast, mine.
Super fast, yeah.
Oh, no, but I mean, I quilted a quilt. We've got it on Monday, Jason the Enter-Quilt. I quilted it in 1 1/4 hours, and it is 70 by 90.
That's amazing.
1 1/4 hours.
I am so happy.
Took 20 minutes to load.
See, that's just
hour and a
effortless.
quarter. I was going to just load it.
Yeah.
I went to my studio and I thought, oh, I'll just load it. I'll come back tomorrow and quilt it.
Yeah.
And I'd loaded it so quickly, I thought, oh, shall I just? It's 3:15. 4:30. I was in the car.
Yeah. Gone. Done it.
Just
do it.
Seriously, fabulous. And so easy to learn how to. I am an absolute, can I say numpty? I am.
You're not a numpty.
No, but I am with technology. I am useless. I can just about attach a photograph to an email, and I can use the Pro Stitcher and the Pro Stitcher Lite. It is not difficult at all.
I think the thing to say is, I mean, we had a session, didn't we, on doing Pro Stitcher, and the way that you learn is by doing, and a lot of our customers are in that category as well, by repetition.
Yeah.
But then after you've done that, I think we went through it 3 times, and we're doing back to fan.
No, you only did it once.
Okay, it's just once.
All right, it was 3 times.
It was 3 times. But the thing is that you were then at a show and you showed somebody how to do it because you could teach it.
Yeah.
And I have to say, you taught it better than I did. You see, that's the difference.
Thank you.
It's very, very good. So the other thing you get fabric. So we get a fabric pack as well. So we get you starting with quilting with your practice fabric, pins, channel lock, also important, and sample threads.
Loads of thread. But most importantly, you get the machine. 10,990. This is for your Moxie. This is for your 8-foot frame. This is for your long arm quilting machine and your Pro Stitch, like that tablet that does all the stitching for you. You can set up the whole quilt or just blocks or just a sashing rectangle. You can quilt that out automatically, all by computer. You just stand back, you watch. You don't go and make yourself a cup of tea. You stand while it's working. Don't leave your machine.
I think it's like a lot of machines, isn't it? As soon as you turn your back, it kind of goes, oh, we're going to do something.
Yeah.
But I always watch it. But that's mainly because I'm fascinated as well.
Yeah, me too.
So these are the things you get with the Pro Stitcher Light package that I discussed, and here they are for real. So glide thread and Primo Soft, which is a more matte looking thread. The glide foot, the hand wheel kit, but also in here, this is the design catalogue. So over 250 designs with that.
Already loaded.
Already loaded, all ready to go. So these are some of the designs here.
Look at these. We'll have to push in quite close, but look. So, for example, so many good. Look. And things like you know, the triangles, this grid here, diamonds, the circles, so usable.
I used this one this week. I was doing a custom quilt, and that was perfect for going around the block. And then I did triangles in the corners.
Lovely.
I did some feather triangles. This is very effective. Do you see this line illusion block?
Love
because
that.
of the build-up of thread at the corners. If you repeat it, you get this real dense.
Like a starburst.
Yes.
Oh, love
It's
that.
fantastic.
With contrast thread.
With contrast thread.
Very
Beautiful.
nice.
Crosshatch, so we can crop away as well. There's so many things that we can do.
So lots and lots of different blocks in there. And do we have continuous line edge to edge?
Yes.
We
so here's
do.
the clamshells and things like that.
Lovely. I love these ones. I've used these lots as well.
Yeah.
They're a lovely modern fill. All these different designs.
Yep.
Even your stipple. So if you want perfect stippling, I've done this a few times on quilts. This is all automated, edge to edge. I've used this one on a Tilda quilt once. I remember using that.
Yeah.
That turned out beautifully. I've used this.
That is so
spine,
effective.
but I've elongated, stretched that out and
made
used it
like
as a wave.
Oh. Thinking like that, Stuart. That's exactly
and
it.
then, of course, you can buy extra designs, can't you? And you just put them onto your machine and,
But these are some of the standard ones. If we just move that back.
Oh, look, there's that frame you were talking about that you used.
That's right.
How fabulous. So, of course, you can charge an awful lot more for custom quilting on a quilt where you're quilting individual motifs, but that doesn't mean hand-guided. You can do it on Pro Stitcher Lite.
That's right.
You can do the frame of the block. You might go in and do the block itself by hand.
Look at that one. Isn't that gorgeous?
Amazing.
Yep.
Just stunning. Liz, we need to see this machine in action.
We do.
Let's go over and let's start. Let's start because there are 15 of you with this in your baskets and there are 5 left going spare.
Wow.
And that's it. So let's see the machine in action.
Yeah, let's do it. And this is some I did earlier. So we're going to do a block one to begin with, and I thought it was just useful to see on here some of them already on it.
So this is how you wind the quilt forward.
And I think it's important to say that actually in the break, there is a little video that we've done with sort of excerpts of how you load the frame.
Yeah.
Because we didn't want to do that today, because actually it's, it takes about sort of 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But that 20-minute video is also available. So these are like excerpts of how we load the frame. So if anybody's curious about that, they can watch the video separately.
But the great news is that when you lay your quilt up on a long arm, you're not on your hands and knees on the floor pinning things together. You put your top, your backing onto rollers that you just wind up, and that's it. Basically, bring the layers together across the frame, and then you're away.
Yeah, I mean, I think the no-based point of it is what people love.
It's huge.
Absolutely love. So the first thing to say is that what we're going to do is look at our screen, and we're going to plan everything on the screen, and then we're going to stitch it out. And the orange crosshairs that you can see on the screen there, if I move these, you'll see that the needle is actually represented by the crosshairs. So I'm moving the machine. That point of the crosshairs is exactly where my needle is. So I can now say, I'm going to set up my quilting area, the frame space, that I can quilt within. So
can I just ask, are we able to get rid of the graphics? Oh, that's it, that's better.
Oh,
thank you. Yeah, it's much better, thanks.
Yeah. So if I set up a frame space, I've got this software is basically got tabs across the top where we do different functions, and then I'm going to specify I can quilt all the way from this area here all the way down to this area here. So this would be for the maximum space that I can quilt within.
Yep.
And now I
so
can see.
to do that, you literally there's a little button that says to corner.
Yep.
You tap that in the top corner, and then you move the whole carriage across to the outer part of the quilt and tapped it again. And that's basically measured that space.
That's right.
And that's this dimension.
Exactly.
So what about this one?
So that one is the throat space of the machine. So this is a 15-inch throat space. So I'm kind of taking into account the fact that that will build up because that's where the quilt's going. And so that distance there is the amount I can quilt at any one time. And now I'm going to put in just a block to begin with. Okay.
Cool.
So you can see, if you look at the screen again, we can now see that the black area is the area I can quilt within, and my crosshairs are going to be here. Okay, so I'm going to go into area, and there's a 2 corners, so top left, as you say, and bottom right, to define the area I'm going to quilt a design within. So I'm just going to move it to the right, make a rough square, rectangle, whatever. I'd be looking at my quilt and using that as a guide.
So this could be an alternate block in a quilt. This could be a pieced block that we're going to quilt a design over.
Exactly, exactly. I can blow that out. There's a little home key there. Now I'm going to find my design. So I'm going to go to File, Design, and open up that library that we saw printed out earlier in the book. And I'm going to quilt what's called Flower 4. Okay, so that's the one I had up here, but I'm going to show you how we actually do that.
Yep.
That block, as you can see, is bigger than what I want, so I'm going to modify this design. I'm going to go to the Modify tab, and I'm going to press Skew, and then I'm going to skew it. So on the right-hand side is more information about that function here, and I'm going to skew it to fit.
Oh, it's just jumped into the box, and it's kind of stretched it out to fit the size and shape, because that's actually a rectangle, but now it fits. So if your piecing, for example, is a little bit off, but you want the design to fit it, the skew function works. If you want to take a square design and fit it into a rectangle, the skew works. Again, a question. What is the largest size quilt that can be quilted on the Moxie? This is from Karen.
So the 8-foot loft frame, you can do up to 76 inches.
This away?
Yes, that way.
And in terms of...
Well, we've actually done it at a sort of a charity quilt day where we loaded, I think it was 5, like half a bolt, and you could just still move that. So it's huge.
Yeah.
So you could stack up multiple quilts and do with the backing, and then just lay your quilt tops on one after another.
I've certainly done 3 quilts before now, where I've just done them one after another on a continuous length of, but certainly basically any length of quilt that you might reasonably make, up to
74, 76. I've got
wide. That's on the 8-foot frame.
That's right. 100 inches on the extended frame. That's an option people can buy.
So you can buy an extra bit of frame to go on, and then you can quilt up to 100 inches.
That's right.
So you could easily do queen and king size.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. So, all right. So
we've skewed our block.
Now I've done this. I'm going to press what's called the baseline function, and baseline basically says that's it, this is what I want to go with.
It's locked in.
It's locked in.
Now I notice on the picture there's a little green cross and a little red cross.
Yes, that's right. So the green cross with the circle around it is where it's going to start, and the red cross is where it's going to finish.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so we got it all set up, and I will have selected how many stitches per inch. So it's going to do 11 stitches per inch. And I've also got it so it stitches even when it's sort of pausing and going slower. Makes my points nice and sharp.
Lovely.
All right, so let's just go to quilt and run.
There's that button, run.
Yep, and press proceed. And it's going to move to that and take a stitch. I'm going to move it away, move it roughly back in position, and press resume. So now it's stitching out the design.
So this is when you grab your scissors on your Singer.
And I can just cut that, or I can set it up so it has a pause for doing that, if I want to. There's my little bin. Let me get my bin. Excuse me.
Now speed-wise on the quilting, at the moment this is running at quite a slow speed. You can adjust that speed, can't you?
You can. So this is running at 60% of the maximum speed. We could go faster, but I thought actually for doing this demonstration it was worth just sort of slowing it down so that we could see it. But you know that on your machine, which is much faster, I mean, we I don't know, do you sew at 70%?
About 70%, just slightly under.
Yes.
I don't like to run it too fast.
No, I don't either.
Because you get much more control. And when this is one of the things that you want to do when you're quilting out your quilts using Pro Stitch. This is another reason why you don't leave the room. Is because if you have any areas of fullness, you can actually be there to manually smooth your fabric. Sometimes I'm holding down on the fabric at the front just to slightly pull it back while it's stitching, just to keep maybe a border nice and straight.
I agree.
So you're kind of there, and it's a partnership between you and the machine, isn't it?
It is, very much so.
And just like that.
Yep. So now, while we've been talking,
Yeah.
the machine is stitched out. So let's do that. I've got my zinger.
And when I say don't leave the room, you might be sitting on your sewing machine doing some piecing. You might be answering emails. You might be packaging customer quilts, or, you know, making address labels to send back finished quilts to people.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it does a little locking stitch, and then you trim your threads.
And
You're
you're done.
There it is.
Yep. So there's
There
my
it is.
block. But I think the majority of people who are interested in this system are probably looking to do something like an edge-to-edge.
Edge to
So should we
edge.
talk about edge-to-edge and what it means?
Let's do it.
We've got one of your quilts behind
We
us.
do have one of my quilts behind us. We do. Now this is an old friend. This was right at the start of me long arming, wasn't it? This is about 9 years ago, and this was a quilt I did for Popular Patchwork magazine. And you know, it's all about the applique and the piecing and those lovely daisies, but I wanted lovely quilting, and I found this pantograph actually on my Pro Stitcher. It's included for this lovely kind of feathered flower that I wanted to quilt edge to edge in white thread all over the surface to create this lovely texture. So what you've got here is this lovely sort of feathered flower design that basically works in a row from edge to edge. And once you've stitched out, or your machine has stitched out that row, then it will stop. You reposition at the start, and if there's space, you stitch out the next row, and they nest together to create an all-over texture. Somebody asked earlier on what a pantograph is. So a pantograph is old school.
Old school, yes. And I mean, for some customers, it's great because you can do from the back and you can do a repeating design. Using a laser light, but steering it yourself. So here's the big difference. Whilst the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite is stitching, you can, albeit, be close to the machine, just in case you need to do that easing in the fullness. But actually, you're not having to stand there and hand guide it. So this is the big difference between this and a pantograph. Pantograph depends on the user steering it to go over a line using a laser light.
It's a paper pattern, isn't it, of the design that you lay on the table at the back, and you have to follow with a laser light looking down there. But you are standing over like this, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely.
And that, for me, that's why Pro Stitcher Lite is where it's at.
And for me too. I think if I was standing there all day, that's quite a lot of work. Whereas actually this makes it a lot easier, particularly if you're quilting for other people too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also quick.
Yeah.
And it, and if you're doing it for profit, speed is where it's at.
Yep, absolutely.
So how do we map out a whole quilt using Pro Stitcher Lite?
Okay, so what we would do is, if I'm going to go into File, and I'll just show you on this tablet how we set it up. I'm going to go to Clear All. That just gets rid of everything on the workspace.
Yep.
Let's say we want to set up that design that is on the quilt at the moment that I did earlier. So I'm going to go into Design, and I'm going to open up the Feather Delight. All right, so that Feather Delight is quite similar actually to...
That is the design.
That is the design.
Yeah, it is that is exactly that design.
It's
the same.
Fancy that. I didn't even realise.
Yeah, it's Feather Delight.
And I picked it to do. So that design comes in at a certain size, height and width. But what we're going to do is set up for our whole quilt. So we would need to know what the length of our quilt is.
Yep.
All right, so we'll have measured our quilt, we'll have squared it up as best as we can, and we've loaded it. And as I said, there'll be a video on that. So what we now do is set up the width that we want to stitch. We'll go off into the binding, into the wadding rather, and the backing fabric, so that that design goes beyond the quilt top. It's really important to do that, isn't it?
It is important, and I usually do it probably an inch and a half.
Me too.
Extra on either side.
Exactly.
It's stress-free then. I know it's going to cover the whole of the quilt.
That's it.
So you set that up as a two corner area, don't you?
Yes, you do. Yes. So if I was setting this one up here, I would move my needle to where I want it to go off, 1 inch and 1 inch above the edge of the quilt.
Right at the top.
Right at the top. I press 2 corner, and it adds a 2-point area point. Then I move it over all the way to the right hand side, again into, I mean, this is a sample, but obviously I'd move it into the wadding and backing area. I'm just going to put it there. And I press the second 2 corner. And if we just look at that now, you can see the pink area is the area that I've just defined. But I need to key in the height.
Yes.
So
you can see just here that you've got the width, 38.67, but at the moment the height says 5.69, and that's just the size of rectangle that you pulled across.
Yeah, and as long as it was more than half an inch, I can now enter the height. So I click on that box and I enter the height. It might be, say, 60 inches. Okay, so I've now got my height defined. And if we look at the whole thing, you can see, if I blow that up, you can see the pink area is the area of the quilt. That's defined that area. The black rectangle stays there because that's the area I can quilt at any one time. Now I've got to get that design repeated. So I would go into the repeat tab, which is on the top here, and basically I'll just get it to fill as best as it can.
Boom.
That's it. We fiddle with it a little bit. I want to reduce the gap, so let's zoom in just to see it a little bit more clearly. And let's just
so
talk
at the moment
about
you've
some
got
of those
a gap
things
that you could drive a tractor through, and we don't want that.
We want it to look as beautiful as your quilt.
We want it all kind of nested together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do we do that?
So we do that by using these controls on the right-hand side. And let's just talk about the stop and the starts on this one. It's a little different to the block. So we've got the same green circle with the cross, which is the start point, but each row is going to be stitched, and then it's going to finish. If I just move my crosshairs, you can see where it's going to finish on that first row. Is that little square
on that red dot?
And the dash line shows where, if we let the machine move, it would track along to the next row. You can see,
not stitching. The machine just moves.
It just moves
to the next start point.
Because it's more than 6 inches, which is a sort of an amount that it basically says, I'm going to stop, let you cut the thread. You don't have to waste all that thread moving it along to that next row. So it lets you stop where that square is, that red square. So we've got a vertical and a horizontal that we can play around with. And what you said was, you know, we can drive a tractor through there, right, or a truck. And I'm going to reduce that. There's a gap feature here with minuses and pluses, and I'm just going to keep pressing that until I've got it so it looks more like an overall design.
Can you see how everything's squishing together? And this is the vertical gap between row 1 and row 2 and row 2 and row 3.
Exactly.
And the thing as well, Liz has set this up so that you can zoom in, so you can pull a little square, you can really see how big that gap is, and then you can create less of a gap and less of a gap until, now if you go too far, I'll show you what happens if you go too far, and I'll just zoom in. And can you see right here in the center where the stitching lines are now overlapping? So we don't want that, so we want more of a gap. We can split those rows apart, get a nice little gap in between them. And I'll just zoom back in. And now we've got a lovely all over look.
Yeah. But what you'll also see is that we are not as big as the area. So we need to increase the number of repeats vertically and horizontally. And the method I'm going to use to do this is I'm going to go beyond the pink area that I set up, and then I'm going to press what's called baseline, and then I'm going to go into the modify tab. It's the tab I used before for skew, but this time I'm going to use it for crop, and I'm going to crop away everything on the outside. So on the right hand side, I'm going to remove all of that.
Boom.
Boom. Boom.
But, Liz, I'm now seeing loads of green and loads of red all around the outside.
Absolutely.
And those are loads and loads of starts and stops.
So,
time consuming.
Can I say button for that?
There is a button for that.
There's a button for that. We press the edges button and
they've
boom,
gone.
They've gone.
So why? What were they and what are they now?
Okay, so what they were was where we'd crop the design, and every single one of those the machine would stop.
Every little gap between stitches.
And then it would move to the next start, and then it would stop again, and then it would start again, and it would do a bit of sewing in between. You can see this very top row here, if I just move it over here, every single one of those where it's truncated the design would have been a start and stop. That edges button, that's what we used.
Because that would have taken half an hour to stitch that first row, just because of all the stops and starts.
Absolutely.
So pressing the edges means now that instead of stopping and starting, it will actually stitch between the gaps.
It will.
So it'll be much faster. And obviously this is just outside the quilt. We're going to trim this off.
Yes.
It would be covered with binding.
Correct.
So we can do that.
So I don't know whether you can see on one of the cameras here.
Yeah.
We can look at this. This is the one I did earlier, and that's the effect of doing it.
Perfect.
Yeah, that will be in your wadding and backing.
Perfect.
And then when we trim it, we've got a fantastic edge to our quilt.
So this is just using that crop, modify and crop button.
Mm-hmm.
And there's loads and loads of videos as well to support, aren't there?
There are, yes. And quite often on our Facebook Lives that we do most Fridays, we also cover tips and techniques for doing that too.
Can I just bring this back in for a sec?
Yeah.
And I just want you to see now how you can now see the whole quilt. You can see the density of the quilting and how it's going to appear. And one thing that I really like to do, and I mean you can't really see it because it's a plain piece of fabric, but on my quilts what I'll do then is once I've got it set up like that, I'll maybe zoom in a bit and then I'll draw my machine across the surface of the quilt so I can actually equate how big is this flower of quilting in relation to this 9 patch.
That's a great
Because
idea.
that also, because I can see the density on the screen, but I also want to know in real terms on the quilt, how close is this quilting?
Yeah, and you know, we can air stitch as well. We don't even have to stitch it. We can actually go into air stitch. I would now save that because we've done a very specific thing. So we can go in and file and do save and all that kind of thing, but I won't do that right now. But we can also, as I say, in Pro Stitcher, instead of on this right-hand side having the green means it's selected, I can untick that. I can now press run and it will move over.
So check this out now.
It's now just moving away to that start and it's going to air stitch. So I could do that for real and just see what it's going to look like, how big it's going to be on this quilt.
So when you say air stitching, we'll see what it does.
Yeah, it's just going to move. So it's just moving and it's tracing those lines. So if I zoom in, you'll see that orange is where it's stitched and the black is where it's yet to stitch.
So you just get a sense of the size.
Yeah. And that would be really helpful if you, you know, wanted to see it. So I can press pause, and once we've had a look at that, we're happy with it, and cancel. And now we can start stitching.
And then we could go back and we could stitch
it. It's a really good point about sort of previewing those things. And it's one of the things that, this was a quilt, I don't know whether we just talk about this for a second.
Ground cover, I recognise that pattern.
Oh yes.
The quilting pattern's one of my favourites.
Is it?
Yes.
It's fabulous, isn't
I
it?
love it.
I did blow it up, but it could be done on the Moxie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the thing about this is it's just such an inviting design for the filling of the wadding, you know? And it was so quick to stitch as well. It's a beautiful design, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That quilt looks to me like you'd have that completely quilted in hour and a half tops.
I think it was probably
2 hours. 2 hours.
Including loading.
Yeah. Oh, including loading, 2 hours. Look at that. Think of that. Now, commercially, if you were long arm quilting that for a customer, you would charge at least $150.
Yes.
Wouldn't you?
Yes, you
At
would.
least £150, if not $175 for a quilt of that size, which is for about 2 to 2.5 hours work.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Just saying.
Yes.
Just saying.
It took a lot longer to make it.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, love it. Right.
Fantastic. Okay. So, what should we do next? Should we talk about any other things that you might want to cover?
Well, I want to remind
questions?
you of what you're getting for the price, and we should also talk about, will this fit my house?
Yes.
So the bundle that we're showing you at the moment is for the Moxie 8-foot frame with long arm quilter, the Moxie long arm quilter, everything you see in front of me, except this is a 6-inch frame, yours will be 6-foot frame, yours will be 8 foot long, which will quilts up to about 74 inches wide. You're getting the Pro Stitcher Lite, which is the tablet included. Now, Liz, can we just explain as well? I've got Pro Stitcher for my machine.
Yes.
This is Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, normally, like if you get a light version of like an app, it's basically a bit of a tease. It's not really what you want, and you end up having to pay for the...
Right.
And that is not what Pro Stitcher Lite is at all, because actually the reality is Pro Stitcher Lite, I could have Pro Stitcher Lite
Yeah,
I don't really need Pro Stitcher.
No, you're using all the functions that are available on Pro Stitcher Lite.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, and I've done that very happily for the last 9 years, and I don't, you know, but I have Pro Stitcher, so I can do the other thing. So what can I do? What can't I do?
Yeah, so I think the thing that you're doing predominantly is this edge-to-edge quilting. You might want to be able to do blocks and maybe cropping away from an applique. You also might want to do, and I can probably demonstrate this better than by again going on the screen here. If I go onto the screen and go to Pro Stitcher and go to what's called record, I can actually, if I wanted to stitch in a ditch, and so I had a line that's on this this quilt here, I can mark, and literally every mark, I'd have to close all this down. Shall I do that? Let's do that. File, clear all. Let's just, because I think this is a really useful function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to mark, and it makes a point, and I might have, say, stitch in the ditch, or something like a foundation piece design where I want to stitch in the ditch, and it's something like a New York Beauty.
Yes.
Yeah?
So I want to stitch around the points.
Yes, exactly. So there's a sort of wonky border.
So you literally just move it, say, from like the bottom of the point and press mark, go to the top of the point, press mark. And if you wobble a bit in between, it doesn't matter. All you're recording are the points, the marks.
So now, if I press this, you can see that my design is there. If I zoom in, there's the start and there's the stop. Okay. And if I want to now stitch that out, I go into Pro Stitcher, Quilt, and press Run, and I'm on an air stitch. Let's stitch it this time.
Let's stitch it properly,
yes.
Liz.
Let's press stitch.
Turn stitches back on.
I go to Run. This is where I can check, by the way, that all my settings are correct. So I'm doing 11 stitches per inch, etc. So it's just going to do the stitch. I'm going to move it away. I'm going to bring it back, and then press Resume. So here's my stitching in the ditch for my New York Beauty, and all I did was just do mark.
You see, now this is when I think, okay, so I understand why people use rulers and do ruler work. I absolutely get that. But if you were doing custom quilting in the ditch around motifs, around blocks, you just use this. Forget your ruler, forget slavishly going around every block. All you've literally got to do is mark the points all around the block and press Run, and your machine will just stitch around it more perfectly than I could ever do.
It's fantastic. And in fact, there's some YouTube videos I did recently, and I've got some more to upload, where I custom quilt. So you were saying, what do you not get if you've got Pro Stitcher Lite? There's very, very little. Where you might do something on Pro Stitcher that you've got the premium with one button, you might have to do 2 or 3. Okay, there are ways around it, but there's only a few things. Like if you wanted to record something, like literally free motion quilt, if you wanted to do design as well, like take in a photograph and then digitize it and export it, that software isn't included on this. But you could buy it separately.
You can buy it separately.
So it's not, it's
so
not
anything that you haven't got
it
on there, you can either find ways around or you can buy as an add-on. Oh, I mean, just amazing. And the difference in price is that your Pro Stitcher Premium costs about £11,000. For £10,990, you get Pro Stitcher Lite and the long arm machine and the frame and everything that you can see in front of you, which is everything instead of just that tablet and the carriage that the machine sits on, not the machine.
No, exactly.
So amazing.
And there's a special offer as well, over £200 worth of the accessories that we've got together in the bundle. So it's a great deal.
Incredible.
I mean, it blew us away when this came out. It absolutely, for us, it was a real game changer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, to have that at this price point is fantastic. It's hugely functional.
Yeah,
and
it really
we can buy
is.
whatever designs we want online if we want to. But we've got all of those 200+ designs already.
Yeah,
and you can edit those as well.
Yes, as you showed us with the Feather Delight design, by adding more repeats or less repeats, it makes the design bigger or smaller, denser, less dense. And you can really play around with that. All you've got to check each time when you're doing that is that the repeat that you've put, the row that you've put in, fits into your quilting space. That's the only limitation.
That is the only limitation. And of course, because we set up the frame space, we can visually see where that is. So, you know, every time we wind on, we can actually see where it fits within that frame space and make sure it all fits.
Perfect.
So they've got, you know, basically, you know, Handy Quilter, which, by the way, is the largest manufacturer of long arm quilting machines in the world. They have a lot of quilters who are using this software that feedback and say, could we have this? Could we have that? And that's what Handy Quilter is very good at, listening to that feedback and going, yeah, we'll do that.
Awesome.
So you know, it's a continual process of involvement, you know, the involvement and evolvement of the product.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Let's talk about, will this fit into your home now? Let's talk about frame size and what we need. So we've got a guide that we can put on screen, but we'll just talk this through, Liz. So if we're going for the Moxie package with the 8-foot frame, what size floor space do we need, footprint do we need?
So the footprint is 8'4" by 41 inches. Okay.
So that's not a lot of width.
No, it's not. I mean, if you think about a bed, it's less than a double bed.
Yeah.
Okay, it might be the same length, but actually the width is less.
It's like a single bed, more or less, isn't it? Just a fraction over a single.
And there are optional casters that you can get. So if you've got a space where you need to multi-purpose that space, not a problem. You can just bring it out when you need to. We're not using the back of the machine in this case for either this package or the other one that we're going to show in a bit. But you've got a minimum working space. We have to stand, obviously.
Yes.
So let's just talk about the minimum working space if we're quilting from the front only. So we've talked about the footprint, 8'4" by 41 inches. The next column over is we need about 8'8", so you can actually reach around the side, by 5'2", which is my height. So it's fairly short.
Small but perfectly formed, Liz.
Quality, not quantity. So that's quilting from the front only. The recommended space so that you can go around the back and, you know, do any unplugging or anything else that you want to do, by 7'6". So those are all the dimensions that we need with this particular setup.
So a kind of an absolute maximum then, if we're working all around the quilt,
all around it,
the frame is 13 foot.
No, it's for the 10 foot.
Sorry,
so 11 foot.
11 foot by 8'2". So this is basically that small spare double bedroom.
Yes. But for this,
no more than that.
But for this setup, you really 7'6" is enough, because that back area can be pretty much up against a wall.
Yeah.
You can have your plug to the side.
Yeah.
You don't need to have it so it's
accessible. I'll be honest, in my studio I
Right.
can get behind my, but that's because that's where I store the vacuum cleaner.
Yes, I remember.
You know?
Yeah.
That's all.
That's all. Yeah.
So I don't do quilting from the back. I don't do paper pantographs.
No.
So, and with the Pro Stitcher, you probably won't either.
No.
In fairness.
No. If you've got Pro Stitcher, you don't need those other things. You don't need the pantographs and
You
quilting from the
don't.
back. This is it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, you've reminded me of some of the things that I haven't used record for a while. So this is my next job.
This is
my next job. We've got a couple of questions, I believe, haven't we? Let's do a couple of questions. And do get all your questions in. Here's the first one. I have to turn this way. As you say, it's best to watch it working. If you did leave to walk away, is it possible to pause for a short time and then come back and resume later, Alicia?
Yes, absolutely, Alicia. No problem with that. We had the pause button that came up when we pressed run. We just paused that. Go and do whatever you need to do. You
Yeah, call of nature.
Call of nature, whatever.
It's more likely it's going to be that for me these days, Liz. Call of nature.
And
don't leave it running while you go to the loo. It's not worth it. You want to be there, don't you?
Totally. Yeah. It really isn't worth it. And the other thing you can
What
do.
about if it's like I'm tired, or the phone rings and Charlie says to me, "There's a lamb being born, Stuart," and I'm like, "Okay, sir, I shall be right there." So I actually need to stop and come back the following day.
Yeah.
How easy is it to do that?
How easy is it to do that? Well, we can have a look at it on this design here. If I move back to this the little trucks, so this. I haven't shown you this, but this is done using multi-point. So we did 2 points.
Yeah.
So if I show you how we would restart the following day.
Yes, please.
And a multi-point.
Perfect.
So if I just do file, clear all again, it keeps my frame space in the
Because there could have been a power cut, there could be an emergency that means you need to leave, or it's just, someone shouts from the other room, "Are you ever coming to bed?"
or the lamb's being born, or whatever it is. Yeah. So here's our little trucks. This would be perfect for a little boy's quilt, don't you think?
It's
the
fabulous.
rocky roads. And so we've got a dumper truck, a cement lorry, and that's supposed to be a fire truck, but we didn't finish it.
Love it.
Because I went away. I had a little sleep, had a little nap overnight. Came back the following morning. So, but first of all, I'll show you the multi-point. So if we wanted to do a multi-point area to set up a rocky roads like this, I go into area and I press multi-point for all the points that I want along this section here. So imagine I go up a bit here and multi-point here and here. I'm just going to sort of reproduce what I did, and then I'll load the design that's actually on here because it'll be better to show you. And so I'll go up here, and you can see this is now on that screen. If I do multi-point, here's my big rocks in the road, bumpy road, and the pink area is now showing exactly where my trucks need to go.
So that's now the box. So imagine this was a 10-inch wide or an 8-inch wide border on a children's quilt, just plain fabric, and you're going to use a multicoloured thread, and you're going to quilt out all these different trucks going around the... Love that.
I know.
Love
I know.
that.
I can't wait to do this one. I have a grandson in mind. So,
cool.
Yeah. It's his birthday coming up.
Nice.
So I can load up these...
26.
Yeah. So there we go, there's one, and I move along, and then if I just put that there, I can go and pick up my next one, and this one I'm going to bring up cement truck, etc. So I can just load these, and then I'm going to...
Do I get these included, or do I have to buy these as extras?
These are included.
These are included?
Yeah, so if we go to
Love
design
that.
open, we'll find that final one, which is, there's the cement truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fire engine. I was promised a fire engine.
Were you?
There it is. There's the fire.
There's the fire engine.
Oh, you've got the fire engine. And there's the dump
in.
truck. Okay, love
and
it.
And then we go, so I'll baseline that, and then oh no, I need to, sorry, let me just do undo. I want to select all of these, and then I want to skew it to fit into that rocky road.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go, there's a little thing here where I select them one at a time, 1, 2, 3, so that they're all going to sew. And then I'm going to do what's called baseline, which is say, right, that's it, I'm done with that design. Now I'm going to go to modify, skew, border skew.
Stop it. Did you see that?
Yay.
I love it.
Do you want me to do undo and redo?
Yes, please.
Undo, they're on a straight line.
They are.
Redo, rocky road.
Hey, so
Cool, eh?
clever.
Yep.
So clever.
All right, well, let's bring up the one that I did because it's a little different to that one. So I'm going to go into design, and I'm going to open, and I'm going to go into what I saved in here, which is my rocky road. There.
So this is why you must save your work.
You must do.
Which, Liz, I've only just started doing.
No, Stu, don't tell me that.
Well, no, but I do it now, but I didn't used to. But you must save your work.
Yes. Yeah, I think we had that conversation.
We did have that conversation.
So what I would do is I want to load it so that this actually exactly mirrors what I did there. So let's take it over, and I'm going to zoom in to the start point, which is the little
that's an
green.
easy bit to find
Yes,
on the.
So it doesn't matter that I didn't make a note of where it was or anything else. I'm going to move my needle now, crosshairs, and now move to where it is on this quilt. And I'm going to go, let's just close that design. I'm going to go design, so close that design, open the truck. So it's going to load it exactly where I want it to be.
Understood.
All right, so now I can just double check and make sure that these points sort of match where it is. And if it doesn't, I can always reposition it. There's another way of me repositioning it. So I'm going to go to the bit where I want to restart, which is actually on a truck on the right hand side. So I'm going to zoom into here. If it hasn't exactly matched up, and I know that this particular wheel on my quilt is, I can see there's that bit, I want it actually to match to that bit just there, I believe. That's it. So I am going to use what's called drag and drop. So I'm going to drag from that tablet here, and then I'm going to put it onto my quilt just here. It's a function that is very, very useful.
And it's just moved the design very slightly.
Exactly. So that the bit where I'm going to resume my stitching exactly matches where my needle is.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Then I go into my Pro Stitcher, so I'll baseline that.
So I don't have to start stitching the truck right back from the beginning.
No.
I can start it from the point at which I ended the day before.
Correct, correct. So then I'm going to go into Pro Stitcher, New Start and End, and there's something called Auto, and literally it's going to move my, let me just move this over a bit. It's going to move my start position to that.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can go into Pro Stitcher Quilt and Run and Proceed. And it's going to move to there, and take a stitch and pull it up.
And
if
that
it
is
wasn't
right where you wanted it to be.
And if it wasn't bang on, I just do cancel and just move it again. So now it's going to start stitching. And there we go.
Stop it, shut the front door. That is exactly where you left off yesterday. It's a good job these shows are recorded. You can watch them time and time again, because this is jam-packed with all the tips you will ever need.
I have actually done quite a lot on this show.
You've done a huge amount already.
Yeah.
We're just coming up to the end of the first hour. Now, can I just let you know, I know that all of you that have this machine in your shopping bag, which is almost basically everything we've got, you want to see all of the demos, everything, but we're starting to get into that danger zone. We've got 4 times as many machines in baskets than we actually have. And I know that each and every one of you want to get this machine home. So when we take our little break between the first and second hour, that's a good opportunity for you to check out, because I don't want anybody to miss out. This is the first time we've had the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite on air, and I've been asking for it for yonks the whole time. The whole time. You did. Well, there was a time and a place, and it's today. It's right now. £10,990, which is incredible. I know it's very much a considered purchase, but like I say, if you were to have the Pro Stitcher Premium, which is what's on my machine, you would pay almost £11,000 for that bit, and the carriage that your machine sits on. That's it. You're getting the whole thing, the long arm machine, the 8-foot frame, and the Pro Stitcher Lite for £10,990, which I think now suddenly makes it within reach.
Yes, and I think there's a few things to add to that. I mean, it's a great summary, and it's you know, it's about the machine, it's about the computerized system, but it's also about the support. It's really, really important. If you get something like this, some of these techniques that we've been going through today, you're not going to know about those things.
Right.
It's really important that we've got the support of Handy Quilter in the States, but also you've got the local support in the UK as well. So,
which is you and Pete.
Which is me and Pete. Well, it's a bit more than just me and
Pete.
Well,
it is
now,
you
actually.
and more.
Yeah, there's a lot more people involved. And the thing is that, you know, if people have got a problem, there's videos, we can do WhatsApp, we can do Zoom, we can, you know, take you through something, and actually a picture paints 1,000 words. You know, that support is available. You're part of the Handy Quilter family, and if you check out the Trustpilot reviews for us in the UK, I think you'll see that the support is what people are always talking about. There's no point in getting something and then finding the support isn't there.
Right. No.
So,
funnily enough, my father-in-law has just bought a new tablet, and he said to me, this is great, isn't it? He said, I open this up, the manual tells me how to switch it on and off and how to recharge it.
And that's
it. That's it. And that, we've rather got used to that with technology. This is not like that at all.
No, exactly. And it's one of the reasons why they don't do it in the States, we always print the manual for both this, and they're also going to get the manual of those designs as well as part of their offer.
Brilliant. Leanne's got in touch in West Yorkshire.
Leanne.
I
Hi,
have the
Leanne.
Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite. I absolutely love it. Best purchase I've ever made. Third person who said that today.
Yes.
What thread do you recommend, please? From Leanne.
Fantastic.
I know what I recommend. What do you recommend?
I definitely recommend Glide.
Glide.
Which is what we're using today. That absolutely amazing green, neon green, is fantastic. So, yes, Leanne, I mean, I'm delighted that you're getting on so well with it. And I know that, you know, we've... You've been posting and stuff on our special Facebook page as well, some of the things that she's been doing, and she took it off, like, it was fantastic. And so well done, Leanne. And we're delighted you're loving it.
Got a question for you. If you have a round the world quilt, would the machine stitch exactly through each corner of the squares on the cross? Thank you, Katie. That's a really good question. So a trip around the world. We want to do cross-hatching through.
Yeah. Can we talk about construction?
Yes.
Because the construction of the quilt is really, really important if you want it to go through each one. But actually what I demoed with that stitching, we could do that very easily. Also, there's cross-hatching here as well. So we could scale the default provided already cross-hatch design to your quilt.
Yes.
And then you would align it. And if your precision piecing is up to the job, then the crosshatch will work.
Exactly.
Because it does depend on that.
It does, doesn't it?
And
it works
pulls
on the
in.
principle that each of your squares is
Absolutely.
square and they're all the same throughout the whole quilt.
Yeah.
Because essentially what you do for cross-hatching is if you think about a rectangular block where you basically got a kind of zigzag bottom and a zigzag top.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So then the sections will sort of slot together and that's how it joins up.
Okay, here's another thought of a way you could do a crosshatch on point, yeah? Because we might have it going in at angles 45 degrees, right?
Yeah.
So what you do is add triangles to your corners and load it on point. So then you're just doing squares across and down. Okay? Yeah? That
like
would work
that.
too.
Yeah.
So that's what some people do. So you'd have a fill-in area here and a fill-in area there, and then you'd just be doing the channel locks. So
that you then remove.
Yes.
You remove those.
They're just
I like that idea.
as a leader.
Yeah.
They're like a cloth leader.
Yeah.
So what we want to do there is actually do horizontal and vertical channel locks.
Yes, let's show that actually,
because that's something else you get as well. And by the way, the technique I used for that, resuming that little truck, is the same technique we use for a thread break, because people normally also want to know, what do I do if the thread breaks?
Yeah,
that technique is exactly
so
the same.
easy.
It
That
is
is so easy. It's literally going back to where you. Well, I go about 5 stitches back from where I've already stitched, and you just bob the needle down and press new start stop, and then run, and it just starts again, and that's it.
Yeah.
I used to worry. I used to worry, and I used to, when I was getting low of bobbin, I would discard the last 200 yards of thread on my bobbin, because I think, oh no, what if it's halfway through a row? I'll have to do a new start stop, until I got over myself, and now I use my thread till it runs out.
Absolutely, because you don't have to worry about it at all.
You don't need to do that at all.
So on our screen again, I'm just going to do File Clear All to get rid of the trucks and stuff so we can see it a bit more clearly. Again, my needle is my crosshairs. So what I'm going to do, we've got at the bottom of our quick access menu on the left hand side of the screen, I've got horizontal and vertical. These are our channel locks. So if I click that and I just press start on my machine, there's my horizontal line. And if I wanted to do vertical, I just press vertical and go vertical, and then I press horizontal and I can come back.
Yeah. So effectively what you're doing there is you're saying, like, at this point, I'm locking the machine now so that it can only move in a straight line, either horizontally or vertically. And then you move the machine manually, don't you? You move it to the left or to the right or down. So for example, things like matchstick quilting, or something like a piano keyboarder, rather than use, like on a plain border, a piano keyboarder looks great. And if you want to do that, then you don't need to use rulers, you can just use the channel lock.
Yeah, it's perfect for that. The alternative is to do what we did with that foundation piece in the ditch and create your own recording and then do a section at a time.
I love it. I love it. I know
so
you
many
love it
things you
too.
can do. We haven't even talked about the cropping, but I don't know whether we've got time.
We haven't. Well, are we going to take a little break, or are we going to carry it? Can we take a little break?
Yeah.
I want to give people a chance to check out your baskets now. So when we come back, we'll have many more demonstrations. We've got about another 45 minutes to go.
I'll tell you what, aren't we going to do the standalone thing? So I'll just say that you can crop around an applique and leave it at that, because that's one of the other features we've got. But there's so many features in this process.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that. I want to see that. I do want to see it.
Okay.
Do we see it now, or do we see it after a short break?
After the break, we were going to go to the other free motion machine, you see.
Okay, let's see it now then.
Yeah, let's just do a quick...
Do you need to wind on to a
I'm just going to do can I do a demo on the screen?
Yeah.
Because that will be the quickest way for us to do it. So design, open. I'm just going to bring up, in the blocks, I'm going to bring up a crosshatch, because there's a crosshatch square. Okay, so say I had an applique on my quilt and I wanted to remove the applique.
Yeah, because there's nothing nicer than a crosshatch behind an applique.
That's right. So, and actually I can, in fact, I can open, there are saved areas, I can open an area as well. So I could bring in a starburst, or I could use my quilt as the template. But there's a starburst. I could scale that starburst so that it actually, let me select that. Set that, and I'm going to resize, I'm going to modify and resize that little area until I've got it so that it's the center of my block. And I'm just going to select it now and reposition this crosshatch. Let me just select here. Oh, it's on that. That's why. Let me go into crosshatch and bring it over. Oh, I'm in Zoom, Stuart. You know what happens?
Yes.
Have you ever done that? Just once or twice?
Yes.
Okay, so let's put him over the top of that starburst. Okay, I'm going to do baseline, and then I'm going to do modify, and I'm going to crop away, let's blow it up a bit, I'm going to crop away the inside, and I'm going to do my edges.
Wow, okay. So this illustrates what you can do. Now you can obviously do this by actually recording around. So for example, if it was a heart applique and we wanted to crop that out, we would just go small areas at a time, maybe an inch at a time or slightly more in certain spaces, and just record all the way around your heart, and then crop that out.
That's it.
And also you can, that area that you've cropped out, you can stitch as well, can't you?
Yeah.
So if you wanted an outline stitch around your applique, you can do that too.
You can. So here's our multi-point. But I think the nice thing is as well, we've got some lovely stars that are included, only because, I say that because I'm really rubbish at doing stars. And mine are always country stars. There we go, there's the star.
So there's your star. So you've just gone around your applique.
Needs work.
We need to work on your piecing. Well, this is liberated piecing.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
you've done the class.
Yes. So I'm going to just crop away, and then I'm going to do edges. So we'll actually stitch around my
So if I just move those out of the way so you can see.
Yes.
So now what it's going to do is, so will this stitch around the star?
Yes.
And then
do the
crosshatch as well. Now, if you, this is where Pro Stitcher Lite is just blows my mind. If you didn't have Pro Stitcher Lite and you were doing this hand guided, in order to do that crosshatch, you've literally got to hand guide against a ruler up to that point on your heart, and then you've got to manually go around, or you've got to finish off your stitching at that point and clip, and then start again. With your Pro Stitcher Lite, it will just sew up to that point, and then it will sew around the shape.
Absolutely, it's perfect. So there we go. I'm glad we talked about that.
Me too.
So what we're going to do, I think we're going to have a 5-minute break.
We're going to have a little break.
We're going to show the video of how, like little experts of how we load the frame, which I think is something that a lot of people who are not familiar with frame systems don't know how to do, and so let's play that. And when we come back, we're going to do the free motion quilting.
So an informative video while you check out your baskets. Do check them out, because we are in absolute danger now. We've got over 4 times as many machines in baskets than we have. So I'm going to leave you for a few minutes. We'll be back with free motion quilting.
Great. See you in a bit. So I've got some backing here. It's plain, and that means that there is no right or wrong way up. But the important thing is, when you're loading your backing fabric, is that you have the right side, if you do have one, pointing at the floor. What you also get when you get this set is you get pins, these very large pins. They've got a nice pearl top, and they're very strong. They're also very sharp, so do be careful when you are putting the pins onto the frame and onto your cloth leader, not to catch yourself, because they do sting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these 2 the cloth leader and the bottom of the quilt backing adjacent to each other so that they're level. And then I can just pin underneath that in this area here so that it's consistent all the way across. We recommend that you pin from the center to the way onto the left by having the sharp pointy end going to the left hand side. So first of all, get your cloth leaders nice and straight. Make sure there's no rucks in those. And I'm going to wind this on, smoothing as I go. The important thing here is not to have it going off like a badly rolled bit of wrapping paper that is inconsistent. This cloth leader needs to go underneath this lazy bar, and I'm going to match up the center of my cloth leader, which is marked with a little black mark, and then I'm going to pin here. Now I can pin in this direction if I've got the ability to be able to move around the back of my frame. Perhaps it's on the optional wheels. I can move it away from the wall, or perhaps you've got enough space to be able to walk around the whole frame. Then you may want to do the other direction from the back, and sometimes I find that better. It's particularly good if you do have back issues. That slight lean can put a bit of pressure on the top of your back, and if it's a big quilt you can end up with a bit of backache. And just tighten that. So this kind of forms a bit of a table, which is quite useful for me doing the next stage of what I'm going to do, which is loading the quilt top. Quilt backing, as I mentioned earlier, that's going to be facing with the right face, the side that you have got the pattern on. It's going to be facing the floor, but with the quilt top we want it to be facing the ceiling. So I'm going to find my cloth leader and I'm going to pin the quilt top to the cloth leader, and then I'm going to roll that on. Anything I can do now to eliminate any issues, such as a wonky line, something that's not lined up, perhaps sashing that's running horizontally, you're going to use what I call the Chinese burn, and you wiggle this fabric around until you get a nice straight line. Anything you can do to eliminate the issues right here, right now, would be good. And then we're going to do a plumb line, or reference line, so that we can then bring our quilt top up to the reference line. And I'm going to use one of the supplied channel locks. This channel lock is just a little circle with a bit of rubber eyes section on the bottom, and what it does is if you put it on the wheels like so, it stops the wheels going forward and back. You can only go side to side, so it enables us to do a plumb line from left to right. You'll have cut your wadding and your backing at least 2 inches bigger all the way around, so that's 4 inches bigger than your quilt top, so that we've got the space to be able to do this. So pick up your wadding, pick up your underneath thread, and then we're just going to run like so, right to the end. And now we're going to take this up to here. That's nicely centered. And then I just draw this back until it's level with that plumb line. And we're now going to do a wiggly line, 6 stitches per inch, all the way along the top of this edge of my quilt top to baste it in place onto the wadding and the backing fabric. So just secure it, change to 6 stitches per inch on your screen. The key thing here is we're doing this wiggly stitch within what will be the binding area. So just doing a wiggly stitch means if there's any fullness, it doesn't form a fold, it just eases that excess into the wadding.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Oh, I can't wait to see what you do with your Moxie with a Pro Stitcher Lite. Lots of you going for that. Absolutely fantastic. Well done. Now, I just need to give you a quick stock update. If you want to get the Moxie on its own, we've got 2 left. That's it. 2 left. 9 of them in baskets. You've been checking out. You will need to grab that if you want. We've literally only got 2 left. For the Moxie on its own. Now this is the 8-foot frame, the Moxie long arm quilting machine, all that frame. No Pro Stitcher Lite on this one. This is all hand guided. You still got the table at the back for your pantographs and so on. £5,495. We've literally got 2 left. You can go split pays, 5 split pays, £1,099. That's all you need to spend today to get the Moxie home, but we have got 2 left. And 5 times that now. In fact, we've now got 11 of them in baskets. We've literally got 2 left. Now, have a little look at this. This is a piece of work. It's a piece of work, Liz.
It's a piece of work, Stuart.
It's a beautiful piece of work. This is an example of what you can do with free motion quilting. You can also go pare it right back and you can do simple stitching around blocks, stippling, vermicelli, feathers, whatever you want. The difference, of course, when you're working on a long arm is you're moving the needle rather than trying to move the quilt. The quilt stays still. It's very much like drawing with a pencil.
It is very much like drawing with a pencil. In fact, one of the things that we recommend people do is practice their drawing, and I've got some examples here of the kind of things that I regularly practice as well, because without practice you don't get perfect.
No, you don't.
These are classes that I've done online with some of our handy quilter ambassadors and educators, and I think that's a big part of education and training. But practice, because it's all about muscle memory.
Yes, absolutely.
So when I did this one, I literally looked at my books, practiced some of these designs, and I make notes when I'm doing the classes.
This is lovely.
Yeah, and what thread I might use. Yeah, the veins press the wadding down and flatten the feather, so short veins preserve texture. That's just a point that the teacher
Cool.
made. That was Telen, who's a Handy Quilter ambassador, who came over last year and did some fantastic classes with us. So these are the sort of things, you know, practicing.
Lovely.
Yep.
Doodles.
That's right. Lots and lots of doodles. And I just take inspiration from wherever I can, really, and looking at lots of videos.
Once you get your Moxie, you never look at a quilt in the same way again. You go to quilt shows and where everyone else is looking at the fabric and the colours and the piecing, you're looking at how it's quilted.
That's
am I right?
Right, absolutely right. Now,
this is fabulous.
Well, I thought I would do this because this was all done on the Moxie, and it's a real combo thing. I think it's important for people to realise that just because you've got a type of machine, a long arm machine like the Moxie, doesn't mean you can't combine techniques. So what we've got here is what we're going to demonstrate in a bit. The full line stencils are done with that's the border. That's how I've done the border. That's all just guiding again with chalk. Then there's free motion quilting, which you can see more easily probably on the back.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah. So this is all of the free motion quilting. That's sort of, you know, the muscle memory
Christy
thing.
mentioned on Facebook actually, she said, oh, forget the front, look at the back. It's so gorgeous and neat.
It's so true.
Yeah.
And then I did some Pro-Stitcher-Lite on the Moxie.
Gorgeous designs
these
here.
sunflowers.
Yeah.
So those 3 sunflowers are all in just different sizes, but they're the ones that are in that Pro-Stitcher-Lite package.
So you would stitch those out and then you'd fill in the background by free motion quilting.
Exactly.
Gosh.
And I did a bit of ruler work as well, because I just wanted to show.
Did you free motion all of this?
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Check you out.
Oh, I'll pay you later.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And a panel's a really good thing to work on as
Really
well, isn't
good.
it? Because you've already got something to quilt around when you're practicing.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Free motion is where it's at.
Yes. So the
We're talking about free motion right now on the Moxie. The package is on the screen. It's £5,495. You can get 5 split pays on that, which I would recommend you do. £1,099. That's all you need to pay today. Get your Moxie home, get it set up, get on. In 5 months' time, you'll make that last payment. You'll make a monthly payment of £1,099. And 5 months down the line, you will be an expert quilter, I'm pretty sure. You can also get it on PayPal credit if you want to. That's another option. So, very, very limited stock though on the Moxie, remember. Very limited stock.
Yes. It's, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? The free motion quilting option. Not so many of those left. So we've got
with that
lovely,
you can do ruler work as well and anything hand guided.
And the thing is as well that, you know, for people who aren't sure about all of these options, when you get a long arm quilting machines, there's a lot to learn, obviously. You'll know a lot from your quilting experience already, but there's still lots more. You can go in different directions. Our foundation training course, which is included in the purchase of either the Pro-Stitcher-Lite with Moxie or the Moxie on its own. And this is the booklet that we produce for that class, so that people have got something when they go home, they can refer to this.
So this is an in-person class?
This is an in-person class, so it's included with that purchase as well. It's worth £130, and we run it throughout the year in different times of the year with myself and Pete and also an educator.
So we come to your showroom, which is in Pershore.
It's in Pershore, and we've got a 1,500 square foot showroom there.
It is lovely.
And there are 14 or 15 long arms permanently set up where we do our training.
It's paradise.
It is paradise. Yeah, well, I think it's paradise. I have to say, every time I walk in fact, when we get people who walk in, the number of people who just go, oh my goodness, because there's nowhere else like it in Europe.
Yeah.
Nowhere else like it in Europe. So, and these are the sort of the things that we do on that class. I think this is the key thing is, you know, the kind of thing that we're going to go through today. It's a little bit like the education and training that we do in those classes. There's so much information that we can pass on to people. And this is the items they get in that.
Perfect. So you get a package as well of goodies.
Yes.
So this is a full line stencil. So you get two of these. Two of these.
Yes.
And this one's a design like kind of clover leaves. And then this one, look at the Irish. And then this one, this is so. Please don't look at that and think, okay, so I can quilt straight lines. You're not really going to quilt the lines.
We don't.
It's what you can do in between them, isn't it? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and I mean, similarly, these sort of structural ones, like this as well, the squares, I mean, you can actually pounce that. We're going to use a pounce chalk, we'll show you how to do that in a minute, and then do it 90 degrees and get the same effect as this.
Yeah.
But these are fantastic for doing filler
Yeah.
behind some of these designs. I could have done some filler on this, and it gives us the ability to have consistency.
Yeah.
And by doing continuous line, we're using a grid, or doing E's and L's, very simple things as well. It gives us consistency for borders.
Yeah,
and
gives us that
sashing.
structure. If you've ever looked at a quilt and thought, but there's just a big open space, what do I quilt on it?
Yeah.
These provide the structure.
They do.
So we get
So you
threads, we
yep.
get your pounce pad. Of course, we also get things like the bobbin winders included,
yes.
isn't it,
This
in
is the
both
bobbin winder
machines.
for both
So your
machines,
bobbin
yeah.
winder is a separate machine, but you get this included.
Yeah, this bobbin winder. Now, one of the things we haven't mentioned is the huge bobbin you get.
Right.
So, when you were talking about running out and things, but it is an M-size bobbin. So this is the bobbin, the size of the bobbin,
Yep.
much larger than the standard
Much
bobbins.
bigger.
And it means that we can quilt for longer without having to change
Yeah.
the bobbin. I don't know about you, but whenever I go back to a domestic machine bobbin, I think, is that
What?
all it is?
What?
Is that it?
Yeah. The other thing as well is when I'm doing mine, in my bobbin, I tend to put Invisifil.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Is it
Oh,
Invisifil?
Yeah, Invisifil. That's
Yeah.
the 100 weight, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So really fine thread. So you get tons on the
and
bobbin.
tons.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Deco Bob, Invisifil.
Deco
so
Bob, that's what I
Deco
use,
Bob's
Deco
80
Bob,
weight
80,
polyester.
yeah.
It's really consistent and very fine. Tons on the bobbin, as you say.
Yeah.
So kind of thing we talk about on the foundation workshop is
Yep.
the sort of threads that we can use.
And you get
So-
that foundation course included, and
Yep.
I insist that you go on that class.
Come, lunch is included too from Kershaw Dairy, which
There
is
you go. No, but you must because you might think, oh well, it's a long way to travel, and I'm coming from here, and it's it's a big train fare or whatever. I remember when I did a foundation course with a sewing machine that I had bought, and literally within the first 10 minutes, I had my train fare's worth.
There you go.
In 10 minutes, I had
Yes.
learned more than I ever imagined I could learn about a sewing machine. And this is long arming, this is different. You will definitely learn
And
everything you need to know.
Yeah, and some of those Trustpilot reviews that I mentioned earlier relate to the education and training.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that you're part of a cohort. Those people are in a similar point on what we call the long arm learning curve. And that means that you're going to be with like-minded people. You've probably recently all just got your long arm together. And actually, you'll stay in touch with those people.
Yeah.
And it's the friendships that are formed from being part of that Handy Quilter. I
Yeah.
call it a Handy Quilter family.
Yeah.
Handy Quilter called it that. And it comes very much from the top down. You're part of that group of people. And it's a very welcoming group of people.
Yeah, it's
lovely.
true. It's true.
Yeah.
And another thing we didn't even mention, we're so used these days to kind of, plastic frame machines and all that kind of thing. Your Moxie is all metal, isn't it? It's all solid
Absolutely.
metal.
Yeah.
It is. They really are built. Well, they're built like industrial machines,
Yes,
aren't they? They're
yeah.
built to work at nearly 2,000 stitches
That's right.
a minute. They're incredible
Yeah,
machines,
they're
really
workhorses.
incredible workhorses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
So, shall we go and
Shall
have
we
a
do
look at some free
Yeah,
mo-
so if
Come
we
on, let's do
do
it.
it. Let's do it. Oh, let's bring that
Bring
as
some
well.
stuff with you.
Yeah.
I'll bring the pencil.
Okay, I've got
Feel
the
like we'll be
pounce.
using this too.
Pounce. Okay, so
One of the amazing things I think about the difference between sitting down at a sewing machine and standing up at a Moxie is that whatever kind of level of free motion quilter you are on a sit down under your domestic machine,
yeah,
everybody that stands up and takes hold of those handles quilts better from the get-go.
yes.
From the get-go
Well,
to what they do sitting down.
Do we talk about that difference being a bit like if you were trying to write?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So if you're trying to write on a piece of paper, you're moving your hand over the piece of paper. But if you're trying to write with the pen being stationary and trying to move the paper underneath, you try and even do your signature like that. It's
Right,
not
exactly.
easy, not easy at all. So it's really important to remember that this will feel more like writing.
Yeah.
So when we do the shows and things, people quite often write their names.
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
I know when you've been there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm always scrawling my name over anything I can.
Oh,
I've signed a few of Cave's
That's right.
books over the years, haven't I?
Yes.
I'll scroll my name on anything.
So one thing I'm just going to mention is that I've just had that thread come off here.
Okay.
Yeah, and it caused the thread to break just there. If ever you get a problem like that, these are all very fixable. It's a bit like just working your way back through the line of the threading up and finding out. So you pull on this thread and you find out. I could see immediately that had just come off there.
It's
we've
the
just
same
changed
as
the
your
machines
sewing
over.
machine.
Yes.
99% of the time, the problem is either the bobbin or the top thread, and if you rethread them both properly, and I had exactly this. I was teaching a workshop the other day, and there was a lady having problems with her sewing machine, and I said to her, "Is it a threading issue?" She said, "I've rethreaded it 4 times." I said, "But have you made the same threading error 4 times? Let's get the manual and let's follow it step by step."
That's right.
And I could tell that she almost felt like it was like, well, I've been sewing for years, I know how to. But when we followed the manual and threaded it up and she tried to sew, it worked perfectly.
Yes.
So it was something.
Yes, you don't always know when it's resolved what it was that you were doing wrong.
No, and in my early days with my long arm, that was because it's a different threading part, and I would miss one step out, and then it would all churn up, and I'd think, what have I done wrong? And I just hadn't threaded it properly.
No.
That's basically 99% of the time.
It is.
That is what it is.
It is. So free motion quilting then, Stuart. What we're going to do is just have fun. You going to have a go?
Oh, do a bit more, Liz. I need a warm up. Hang on wait a minute. I'll just do a few squats to get myself warmed up.
Yeah, so what we've got is everything is... That's right, we should do some... We do that, when we're doing a long day, or a 2 or even 3 or even 4 day of some of our workshops. We get everybody up and doing exercises and things because you can sort of be like this and tense.
Definitely.
It's not a white knuckle right.
No, it isn't.
Let's talk about controlling the Moxie. Yeah, so we've got handlebar control and we've got a screen that's on the front here that shows what's actually happening. I don't know whether we can get a picture of that actually. I'm not sure that we can.
I don't think we can.
No. But it shows how many stitches per inch and what the speed is as well. So I can have something that is basically going to stitch when I pause. It's going to still keep stitching. So if I press
kind of marks time.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. It's marks time, that's marking time. 50 stitches per minute. So even when I pause, it's still going to keep stitching. And I can adjust that depending on the setting I want to have. We can also have what's called precision mode, which literally it only stitches when I move it. So this is going to do 11 stitches per inch, but only when I move it. And
so as soon as you stop,
it stops.
It stops.
This is kind of like that kids game. Statues, whatever they call it.
But so I personally find the marking time, and I do the same if I'm quilting on a domestic sewing machine, I actually let it mark time at the points and you get a sharper point, I feel.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
And in fact, I've moved from going into a precision to doing continuous or cruise or marking time of about 200 stitches per minute, and I find it helps with the flow of the quilting. So that's what we're going to set it out because we're doing free motion quilting. Lovely. So I'm going to use my handlebar controls to basically change that setting and go up to 200. So there's my 200 stitches per minute, and look at the difference now. So it's now moving fairly fast and it's doing those points.
But you're still getting 11 stitches per minute, and it doesn't matter really how fast or how slow you're moving. And if you want to take a little pause for breath, it'll just mark time, and then you carry on stitching, and the machine will speed up or slow down in order to maintain those 11 stitches per 11 stitches
per inch.
Per inch, yes.
Yes, it is.
Oh, lovely. Liking that.
So this is the kind of thing you can do. You just practice enough, and I'm literally doing this one-handed. Just see how easy that is.
And yes, you can sit on an office chair or a saddle stool at your machine. If you can't or don't want to stand up behind your machine, I often have my high office chair and I will sit there when I'm working. Yeah, you can do that too.
You don't have to stand. No,
you don't.
Definitely not.
No, you don't.
And we have a number of people who have it set very, very low, so they can do that and literally be just down here.
Yeah, so this is absolutely height adjustable as well. This is set up at a height which suits you and us for demonstration, but we can have it slightly lower, slightly higher, can't we?
Yes, we can. I mean, we have some of our customers incredibly tall, and in fact, I was demonstrating on one of them for a Facebook Live, and I suddenly realised how high it was because the handles were up here.
Oh, I see.
But we'd had it set for her; she was 6 foot.
Yeah, well,
but you know,
that's fine.
It suited,
that's fine.
Absolutely suited
Suits
her,
everybody,
and would have given her backache if we hadn't changed it.
Yeah.
So that's what we did. So that's in cruise or continuous mode. We can change it to manual mode as well, and some people kind of think, well, why would you go manual mode? But actually, sometimes manual mode is what you want, okay? And it means I can change that as I'm stitching. And one of the things we encourage people to do on the foundation workshop is get out of your comfort zone and just try manual mode. Sometimes you get into this sort of thing, it's always got to be exactly so many stitches per inch, but some people are doing thread work and they want to do sort of almost like a machine embroidery and dense stitching. Absolutely fine in manual mode.
So that's manual or non-stitch regulated.
Non-stitch regulated.
You're creating the stitches.
Yeah.
But of course, because you're not trying to move a 1/2 hundredweight of quilt around, it's actually something that you can move with one hand or a couple of fingers.
Yeah.
It's actually much, much easier to get a smooth, continuous line, isn't it?
It is. Right, Stuart, how about if we do one of these full line stencils?
Let's
and
do
we'll
it.
over here.
With
we'll
a
use the
pounce
pounce
pad.
chalk. So this is a mesh, it's a nylon mesh, and where the white parts are is where it's going to go through. The pounce chalk's going to go through.
Yeah.
So we charge it first, like that.
Yep.
Make sure there's plenty in there. Might have gone a bit over the top. Okay, and then we just do it like this over there. Do you want I do it, or do you want to do it?
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm just going to basically
So you just wipe
it over the top like this, and there
Voila.
we go. And
There's
on this
the
one,
design.
there are actually alignment marks as well. So I can line that up with that little mark there, and line that up with that. So there, and now we've got a continuous line. You might sort of put a few reference marks on as well, or you might have something on the quilt you can align it to make sure it's all hunky-dory.
Awesome. So you might not have gone for Pro Stitcher Lite. You might be going for the manual version, but you can still do that edge to edge with these stencils.
Yes,
or of
absolutely.
course you can do pantograph.
Yes.
From the back.
I'm just going to bring that bobbin thread up. So to do that, I pull the thread on the cone. I'm going to use my handlebar to do needle down and needle up, and then I'm going to bring that bobbin thread up, which is black, so you probably can't see it, but I'm just going to trim those off, and then
you're away.
And then we're away. I would always do like a muscle memory finger trace about how I would approach that.
Yeah.
Because I know I've got to backtrack on some of these.
Yeah. And actually even do it with the machine as well, so that you can actually get your position, because actually if you stand directly in front of the machine, as I am here, that's actually going to stop you seeing where you're going. So actually to position yourself to the right so that you can actually see, a little bit like when you're writing, you need to be able to see where you've been, but also where you're going next in order to create those designs. Oh, right then. Are you going to do it?
Yeah, shall I start it and then...
Oh, I think you should start it and finish it. Oh, Ben will come and do it. He'll leave the gallery.
Come on, Ben.
Ben wants to go. Do you want to go, Ben? Of course you can.
Go on, Ben.
Ben's going to come out and have a little go as well.
Excellent.
Well, go on then.
Pause. Down.
Yeah. And treat those chalk lines as a guide.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not going to try and go exactly back on them. I'm going to make it look like I wanted to have almost like a flared ribbon.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah, because if I don't do that, I'm going to make it more obvious on the next one. If I don't,
you've made it look so easy. I want to have a go now.
Yeah, it needs to be a bit higher for you, this frame. That would make it easier. That's it. Brilliant.
Oh no, I've missed out a whole motif there. How did I do that? That was because I didn't do...
You didn't finger trace, did you?
I didn't do the finger tracing, so I'm going to have to come back and do my star, but that's okay.
I think the moral of the story is...
Finger trace.
Finger trace.
But it's okay, Liz, because now I'm going to have to go all the way around this again, but never mind, I've learned my lesson, and I won't do it again.
Brilliant. This would be great on a Christmas quilt.
Oh yeah, that would be
Christmas in July.
lovely.
In June.
You see, that time I actually paused for breath and I thought, yeah, I know which way I've got to go now. Well, if nothing else, this would keep the husband out of your hair, wouldn't it, for a bit? You could say, any chance? Do you know, I know so many people that have bought, women that have bought handy quilters, and next thing they tell me, actually, my husband's on it more than I am.
Yes. We actually, in one case, we had a lady's husband came to the foundation workshop instead of her because he loved it so much, and he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, lovely guy. Look at you, get in that groove.
Well, I'm just reminding myself now that it's just a guide.
Yeah, because at the end, with this pouch chalk, we can get rid of it either with an iron, or we can use
a brush. Is Ben Gibbs coming out to have a go?
Coming out.
Well, now Liz and I have shown you how to do it.
Yeah. There we go.
Come on, Ben.
Oh, brilliant.
When will I learn to stop asking to do things?
So, Ben, all you've got to do, this is your press play button, and it'll start sewing, and then you're just following around.
Are we going to attempt to finger trace first?
No. Yeah, you should finger trace first.
Literally take your finger and just do that.
Okay,
so that you know the path.
Learn.
And you're quite tall, so this frame is a little low for you.
Yeah. Then you go.
Oh, don't boost his ego. He'll be unbearable.
Down, 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 down.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the bit I didn't do.
Oh yeah, up to the start.
Yeah.
Right.
With confidence, Ben.
Press play and away you go.
Play,
it'll start going up and down, and you're going to move the carriage. You will.
You can let go of the button once you've pressed it.
There you go.
Relax your thumb.
So now you can...
Oh, so you only press it once?
That's it. And now, momentum is your friend. Think of it as point to point.
I'm with you.
Look at that. Speeding up already.
Brilliant.
Right, if I can do this... if I can almost do this...
Having never ever touched the machine before.
Literally never touched it.
Oh dear.
Come on, love, it's not the Little Mermaid, it's a star.
Actually, it looks like a shark.
Exactly.
Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, I can see how people would get into this.
Yeah.
And then
I've missed a bit.
Yeah, that's why you needed to finger trace.
Happens to the best of it. Best of us, rather.
On those sharks again.
I think we'll stop.
I think that was brilliant.
Quit while you're
Seriously.
It really is fun.
Yeah.
To play with.
It's like drawing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're just literally
Then before you go, you really ought to sign your name, don't you think? An artist should sign their work. So just press play again and just sign your name across my heart.
So just move it over, just go straight across.
And then just...
And now you can do...
Oh, he's done this before, hasn't he?
Think about it, just a continuous line. There we go.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
That's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. What a star.
Fabulous, yeah.
What a star.
What a star. What a star. Gorgeous. Definitely see the best. A little bit more practice at the start. Very, very good, though. Very good.
Okay, so with the Moxie and with all the other long arm machines, it's so many different threads that we can use on those. We talked with Leanne about the fact that glide thread is a great choice.
Yeah.
But actually, you can use pretty much anything on these. And in fact, you can use really thick threads in the bobbin and quilt in reverse. I mean, so many different ways.
I was talking about that this morning, actually, about quilting from the back.
Oh, nice.
So loading the quilt upside down, quilting using the backing fabric as your guide almost, and then having the bobbin thread as the top thread.
Absolutely. I have one of those quilts myself, and I love doing it because it's so much easier just to follow those designs on the back.
Yeah, we had some great extra wide fabrics earlier on that had designs on the back that you could follow. So much fun. Now, and genuinely really easy. You could see where Ben had never even touched the machine before, and it's really easy to see, you know, the buttons are very obvious what you do with them.
Absolutely.
And then away you go.
Yeah.
Fab.
Fantastic. So one of the other things that we can do, we talked about on Pro Stitcher Lite that we can do the channel locks.
Yes.
But we get a channel lock on this machine. I'll just go and grab it.
Okay, so not computerized this time for your channel lock,
find it.
but a manual channel lock.
Yeah,
now, we'll just remind you of the details, if we may, of the handy Quilter Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite details. How many in baskets? 25 in baskets. This is way beyond the stock that we've got. Now, we know this is a considered purchase, but this is the very first time that we've had the Pro Stitcher Lite available on the show. And I've been asking for it for such a long time because it's 99.9% of what I do for all of my quilts, and it doesn't always mean edge-to-edge stitching, but for the majority of quilting, yes, it is edge-to-edge stitching. But for blocks, for borders, for sashings, it is genius. It is fast, it is super accurate, it's going to give you amazing results. And if you want to quilt commercially, I think it really is the key to commercial success. Because it does brilliantly what we could do okay-ish or really quite well with a lot of practice and a lot of concentration, but it does it perfectly just from the very first day, from day one. Lots of people run very successful businesses as long arm quilters, don't they?
They do.
And certainly don't think that if you get a Moxie you'll get away with only quilting your own quilts, because friends will come out the woodwork.
They do.
Now, you were going to show us the channel lock.
Yes, because I think it's something that, you know, there's quite a few people doing modern quilts, and actually having, you know, dense quilting with straight lines is something that they love to do. It creates a really nice effect.
Yeah.
So if I move to this side, and I can probably see show more easily, perhaps on this camera here. So we've got this channel lock. It's a very simple device. It's literally just a ring with some rubber ends on it.
It's a bit like a bicycle clip.
It is
but a small one.
Yes. So we put it over one of the wheels, and what that does, it stops that wheel now going from front to back, and we can now just stitch side to side. So I can just literally pick up my thread from the bobbin, one stitch down and up, and then secure it 2 or 3 stitches. I'm holding the needle down, needle up button, and now just move over to the right. Perfect straight line.
Perfectly straight line.
And what I do is, because that's on like that, I just edge it forward a little bit with the needle up, like that, and now I can stitch back the other way.
Oh, you can do that with the
with it still on.
a little bit.
Obviously, every now and then it might pop off, but you just then retrieve it.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to do needle up and then just edge it a little bit more towards me. How easy is that?
That is easy. That's almost easier than using channel lock on the Pro Stitcher Lite.
It's so quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can do the same thing. So this is where that cross hatch question, you know, we could mount it on point and do our cross hatching using just the channel locks that you get with the Moxie.
Okay.
Because we can put these channel locks on these wheels instead. So I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to put it on the wheels that are underneath. So I need to sort of go underneath the machine or go around the back.
Right.
So I can put it, if I go around here, I can put it on so that it'll go front to back instead. So if I put it on this side,
okay,
like so.
So now it'll only go forwards and back.
That's right.
and it won't move to the side.
Yeah.
And you can feel that resistance.
Yes.
I always have to remind myself, I mean, whenever I work in my studio, I'm always there on my own anyway, but I have to remind myself that channel locks are on, not to suddenly try and move the carriage. Just remind yourself.
One of our Moxie mentor, Jo Avery, she's used this to do a load of quilts.
She does a lot of very modern style quilts, doesn't she?
So it's a great option.
Brilliant, yeah.
Okay.
Jo's going to be at Festival of Quilts, of course.
Yes. Oh yeah, she does fantastic lectures, doesn't she?
She does, she does.
Really I love her colours, the way that she uses colour.
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Yeah, really cool.
And she has one of these machines, free motion one.
Free motion, yeah. So professional quilters use them. And they can be used for businesses and also absolutely for the home market.
Yes.
That's what I love about the Moxie. It's definitely long arm technology that lots of us can fit into our homes.
Yes. I mean, we've said it is a considered purchase. We acknowledge that. But actually, when you think about what you're getting with the frame, the fact you're not having to baste, that you're drawing instead of having moving the quilt, all of those things, when added together, 5495 and the special offer we've got as well.
Brilliant.
So.
Can we just remind everyone at home the size, the footprint that you need for these machines? Because I know this is often the number one point that people have to sort of check before they can make up their mind. So your Moxie or your Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite is going to come with an 8-foot frame. Okay, now in order to use that machine where you're only quilting from the front, as you've seen me and Liz working, so not walking behind the machine up against the wall, you need 7'6" depth, 7'6" depth, and width-wise, you need.
Well, actually, I mean, you can get away with quilting from the front only 5'2", from front to back. That's all we need.
Okay.
If you imagine, we're standing here.
Yep.
If I were lying on the floor.
So not 7'6".
No, that's for recommended working space, but people can get away.
Physically,
Physically, you can stand here and load the quilt and quilt with just 5'2".
Okay, so if you've got between 5'2" and 7'6", you've got ample room to quilt from the front only.
Yep.
And obviously, lengthwise, the frame is 8 foot. You're going to need 9'8".
If you want to be able to get to the side, but you can if it's right up against a wall. 8'8".
8'8".
Yeah.
Because I mean, my machine, I'm in a reasonably big studio, but one end of it is up against the wall, because it doesn't. You don't need to be able to get to that end for anything.
No.
You want to be able to get to one end of it, absolutely.
Yep.
But and can I just check, boys? Can you just check for me? 8'8". What's that in meters, please? Just because I know some of you modern folk out there use meters, and I definitely do. Have you probably already got it on here, haven't you?
No, we haven't actually. It's something we should put on.
Old school.
I know.
I love it.
I know.
I love it. Okay. Now you can also have the option. You can add on extra frame, can't you, to make it a 10-foot frame?
Yes. So the 10-foot option, we have a 2-foot extension that will go in the middle, and when you set it up, you can set it up to 10 feet. In which case, you'll need a minimum of 10'8", 11'8" if you want it to be a little bit more comfortable, minimum 5'2", but actually 7'6" if you want it to be comfortable working from the front.
Perfect.
Again, we've got the option of casters, which is an additional purchase, but it really makes it more flexible for moving it around.
Awesome. Perfect. So I hope that clears it up. Just to let you know, I don't have any talk back. It's gone. It's gone off completely. 2.64 meters. Thank you. Okay, we're just going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that. We had a slight technical hitch there, Liz. That happens, doesn't it? It just went dark. So, just to wrap up then, Liz, we've seen the Moxie and we've seen the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite. Two amazing options.
Yes. Yeah, fabulous
Amazing
machines.
options.
Yeah, they'll enable you to finish your quilts more quickly and you'll have fun while you're doing it. Quilting is another aspect of making a quilt that a lot of people dread. You know, quilt as you desired, as desired, it kind of like, this is all about it. You know, this is what we do. And I think it's such a great fun part, and you'll meet lots of other quilty friends as well.
It's true, it's true. And for so many people, it actually becomes the thing they love the most.
Yes.
And some people end up, they don't even want to piece tops, they want other people to piece them so they can just do the quilting.
True.
Yes, that really is a thing.
It is. Yeah, you make quilts with lots of negative space areas to fill.
Just so you can quilt them. Thank you, Liz.
That's
been
a pleasure.
amazing demos all morning.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
I need to do the menu. Let's see what's coming up tomorrow at 8 a.m. I've never met a colour I didn't like, said Stuart Hillard. And it's true. At 9 o'clock, Santangle quilt and sewing planner with Sandra Rushton. And then at 10 o'clock, fabulous fabrics and tools. At 11 o'clock, Sandra is back with her Santangle poinsettia tangle cushion. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got quilting rulers and tools. I've no doubt I will be demoing in that hour. All right, we are going to disappear now. Now, just those last few of you who've got machines in your baskets, check out. What are you waiting for? Get your handy quilter home. With Pro Stitcher Lite would be my absolute top tip of the year. You will not regret it. Liz, it's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
And I will see you bright and early in the morning.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.